How are y'all? See when someone's talking. Yeah, I have obsessed. I've heard of that one before. Hey, Daylight, how are you? I think that's the one that Michelle said. I don't know where her comment went. Ears are burning. Yeah, it means someone's talking about you. I knew I'd heard it before whenever I was younger, and I never could remember what it was. Hey, Sandra, how are you? Marissa, how are you? Hey, Crystal. Y'all, they caught the guy today. The one that murdered the 5 people out in Texas. They arrested him at his aunt's house. Hey Tara, Sandra, I'm doing good. All right, I'm trying to get the audio pulled up tonight for tonight. Uh, yeah, Tara, he was caught at his aunt's house, and they had originally searched the aunt's house, and then he ended up going there afterwards. So I don't know if he was waiting on somebody to come pick him up and bring him somewhere else or what, but they ended up catching him. I think they said around 7 o'clock um, tonight. Did you see the video? No, wait, K-Braz, which video? The one that you had told me about last night? If that's the one you're talking about, no, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. As soon as uh, I ended the live this morning, it was like 8 o'clock when I finally got in bed. Hey, Crime Crazy, how are you? Evie, how are you? All right, let's go ahead and get audio started. Yeah, K-Braz, I may have time tonight after this live is over with, so go back and watch it. Okay, I gotta get the wall up. Evie, you're very welcome. Losses here until my partner. Okay, Crime Crazy, that's fine. I mean, if you've got to leave before that, Crime Crazy, it's good. I can watch the chat or get Troll to come in if I need to. Thank you, Tara. Okay. In Daylight, they said that they were looking to charge the people who helped him. And the U.S. Marshals had actually added $20,000 to the reward money, and so it got bumped up to $100,000 total. It seems like after they did that, that's somebody called in a tip on where he was at, and they ended up going back to the aunt's house and finding him. Hey, P Fox, how are you? Okay, everybody, make sure that you have your chat on live chat. so you don't miss anyone's comments. All right, I'm just making sure I have all my settings right on this audio. Exactly, K-Braz. White Widow baby, how are you? Like they literally bumped it up to 100,000 and it came in of where he was at. Hey Rum Runner, how are you? Okay. White Widow baby, I'm doing good. All right, y'all. Let me get this audio started. Once it starts, let me know if y'all can hear it okay. I don't have it on the speed as fast as what I had it to begin with last night. I just put it on 1.25, and then it seems like everybody's able to hear it okay with that one. So I forgot to say. Oh, Marissa, you're fine, honey. Any weirdos jumping in doing a disclaimer? Wait, Tara, what are you talking about? Okay. Make sure to hit the thumbs up as well if y'all don't mind. All right, and I'm fixing to go ahead and start playing it. Okay, Chrome Crazy. Let's see, shared you out to thousands. Tara, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's. I think that was everything I wanted to tell y'all. They called the guy in Texas. I don't think I had anything else. If I think of anything else, I will. I'll let y'all know in chat. So once I get this playing, just let me know that y'all can hear it. Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated. Have the jurors brought in, please. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state's continuing presenting its case in chief during the jury trial. The jurors are all present and accounted for. I believe have all also signed their juror affirmation for the day. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Again, thank you to the jurors for your continued service and for continuing to follow that admonishment each day as we break for the day. At this time, the court notes the prosecution is present as well as the defendant and the defense. The witness, Dr. Christensen, was testifying yesterday and was previously placed under oath. I will remind the witness you are still under oath. The state completed its direct examination, and I believe we would be starting this morning with cross-examination. Would that be you, Mr. Thomas?
I'll be doing that, Judge.
All right, Mr. Thomas, if you'd like to start your cross-examination at this time, you may.
Thank you. Morning, Dr. Christensen.
Good morning.
So I believe you testified on direct examination that you went to medical school at the University of Virginia, but you didn't really disclose where you did your undergraduate work. Where'd you do that?
I did my undergraduate degree at Brigham Young University.
BYU?
Yes.
Okay. And what year did you graduate from undergrad?
1986.
Okay. And then I believe you said you went to Walter Reed Medical Center.
Yeah.
Where is Walter Reed at?
Walter Reed Army Medical Center is in Washington, D.C. That's where I did my internship training in pediatrics.
And at that point, were you a hospital-based pathologist at Walter Reed, or was that somewhere else?
That was subsequent to that. I initially did pediatric training for 1 year at Walter Reed. Then I spent 3 years working for the Army as a flight surgeon and general medical officer. I was also the chief of the Department of Primary Care at Fort Huachuca for 2 years. And then subsequent to that, did training in anatomic and clinical pathology.
So, so you went into the Army as after medical school, is that
Yes.
right? Okay.
Technically, before they paid for medical school, I was a reservist while I was in medical school.
Oh, okay. You described a little bit about what pathology is, and that it basically you take fluid samples or tissue samples or autopsies, and you look at those and try to find if there's any type of disease or natural process, or what is it? What is it about pathology? Is that right?
Yes, that's a good description.
Okay. And specifically, you said in order to become a forensic pathologist, first you have to go through, be a board certified anatomic pathologist.
That's correct.
And what is an anatomic pathologist?
Anatomic pathology is what you train in your regular anatomic and clinical pathology residency. It's learning to diagnose cancers. It's learning to, run learning lab medicine and all of those things. But anatomic pathology specifically is focused on the examination of disease in tissues.
Okay. All right. And in this particular case, there was a death certificate that was issued, and you reviewed that death certificate as part of this case study.
I did.
And what was the findings on the death certificate?
I believe it was the cause of death was certified as cardiac arrest due to pulmonary edema.
Okay. And your findings were inconsistent with that death certificate?
Are different from that. Certainly, as I explained yesterday, pulmonary edema is not really a cause per se. You can have pulmonary edema and not die, and it's something that results from multiple causes of death, but it's not something that without further explanation is an adequate explanation for why a person died.
And you talked a little bit yesterday about pulmonary edema being that frothy substance that was on the outside of her mouth. Is that correct?
Yes, that is one manifestation of it. It's primarily a process in the lungs, but it does sometimes manifest externally like that.
Okay. And are you aware as to whether or not that frothy substance was ever collected and tested?
My understanding was not.
Okay. Is that something that would normally happen?
No.
No. So if somebody's brought into your, what do you call it? It's not a medical clinic, right?
The medical examiner's office.
Medical examiner's office. When somebody's brought into your medical examiner's office and you open up unzip the bag and they have that frothy substance, does that just get cleaned off and doesn't get tested, doesn't get looked at?
It gets documented in terms of photography. We take pictures of it so that we have documentation that's there, but there's no testing that would be done on it. I don't know what testing you would do on it.
Well, I guess my thought might be, and I'm most likely wrong, I have been before, and this is not a super exceptional circumstance. But my thought process would be that maybe there were some poisons or something in the frothy substance that might be able to be tested.
I don't know that you could collect enough of it to test. Most lab testing requires minimum sample volumes, usually on the order of at least a milliliter, and usually that froth is not anywhere near that volume that would be there. And there are better samples to use from an autopsy, tissue or blood.
Okay. As part of the autopsy process, is it normal for you to examine the mouth and inside the mouth?
Yes.
And did you do that on this particular case?
Yes.
Even after the embalming process, where I think they sew up the mouth. Is that right?
They generally will put a wire through the upper and lower jaw to hold the jaw in place. Yes.
Okay. And you remove that and you examine the mouth.
I actually don't recall specifically that, but I would assume so.
Okay.
I don't have a specific recollection of that, but that would be a routine part of the process.
Was that documented in your report?
In the report, no. I would have to look at the photograph. Photographs would probably document that.
Okay. The photographs that we had earlier that were presented to you yesterday didn't show any of that, right?
They did not, no.
Okay. X-rays are generally taken, you indicated. Were X-rays taken on this particular case?
They were.
And was there anything out of the ordinary with those X-rays?
No.
Okay. And when you got to your conclusions as to the cause of death being asphyxia, you explained that asphyxia is basically when a person is deprived of oxygen. Is that right?
Yeah, inability to have enough oxygen, inability to breathe normally. Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that a couple of those different ways to do that, or 3 different ways to do that, would be drowning would be an example of asphyxia.
It would. Mm-hmm.
And hanging would be an example of asphyxia.
It could be, yes.
And that there was some sort of a chemical asphyxia, like a carbon monoxide poisoning or something that would inhibit the person being able to breathe.
Yes.
All right. And you also indicated that asphyxia was a diagnosis of exclusion.
Yes.
All right. And so in this particular case, you did X-rays, didn't find anything abnormal. You did internal and external exam, didn't find anything abnormal. Is that right?
Correct.
So, and I'm more than likely I am oversimplifying this, but when someone has a seizure, you indicated that it was some sort of a brain response. Is that right? Tell me a little bit about what.
Yeah, a seizure is abnormal electrical activity in the brain that can manifest in a variety of ways.
Abnormal electrical activity in the brain. And so once someone has passed, that brain activity obviously ceases, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And so there's no way to really restart that or to check to see what abnormal electrical issues there are in that particular person, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So kind of like a car, when you have a car and it has a dead battery, you don't know if there's something wrong with the engine or not because you can't start the car. Does that make sense?
I suppose, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. And so with this particular case, with Tammy's death, you're not sure what happened as far as if there were any seizures, if that caused any type of other electrical abnormalities that could have caused her death, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by unsure. I think it's very unlikely that happened.
Okay.
So,
and the unlikeliness of that happening is based on your review of her medical records and her past history?
And clinical medical experience with, that just the nature of new onset seizures in someone of her age, yes.
And when you say nuances of seizures, you indicated that she was on, I believe it was fluoxetine?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And is that a generic version of Prozac?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And isn't it true that Prozac, one of the long-term side effects of Prozac includes seizures?
It probably does.
All right. And so if there's a possibility of seizures as part of her medical regimen, and her husband indicated to the medical examiner, and which was in her reports and whatnot that you reviewed, saying that she had seizures, would that make it possible that she may have passed from a seizure?
Again, there are many things that are possible. I cannot absolutely exclude that she had seizure activity, but I just think it's very, very unlikely.
Okay. But the truth of the matter is that you really didn't do any tests on this dead body because there was no electrical activity going on in the body. Right?
Well, there are no tests that you can do to document seizures after someone has died, but we did have a neuropathologist examine her brain, which was revealed to be completely normal.
Right. And tell me a little bit about that neuropathologist. Who was that?
His name is Dr. Andrew Guajardo, works in our office.
Okay. And how long has he worked with you?
He's been in our office since 2019.
Okay. And in your experience as a medical doctor and as a pathologist, have you ever worked in this particular field, the neuropathology?
I am not a neuropathologist now.
Right. But was it part of your study or part of your training?
Yes, it is.
All right. So you knew what he was doing, and did he just explain it to you, or did he show you? Did he? I guess I don't really know what he did. Did he take the brain out and slice it open and pull it apart and look at it?
Yeah, we remove the brain as part of the examination. We then preserve it in formaldehyde for a period of time, and then he subsequently did an exam for which I was present. And he then does a thorough examination, takes photographs, and generates a report as well.
Okay. So you saw him do what he did.
Yes.
Did he cut the brain open?
Yes.
Okay. And did he take samples out of that brain?
Yes.
Okay. And from where about in the brain did he take those?
I would have to review the report. I would imagine from the hippocampus and other places, but I don't know without referencing the report specifically. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
Yes.
Would you like to review that?
If you'd like, sure.
Sure. Go ahead.
So he took sections of both hippocampi.
I'm sorry. You can't really review. You can review the report and then you have to put it back. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but
That's fine.
that's just how it works. So.
So he took sections of both hippocampi, of the medulla, of two portions of the cortex of the cerebrum, and the basal ganglia, I believe, and portion of the cerebellum.
Okay. And where would he have been looking for seizure activity in that dissection of the brain?
So he's not looking for seizure activity. What he's looking for in those sections of brain are anatomic abnormalities that are associated with seizures.
Okay. So it's possible that he could have missed something.
Possible.
Okay. And it's possible that she died of a seizure of natural causes, right?
Possible.
Was there anything in the medical records that you reviewed or any of the collateral reports that you reviewed that may have talked about Tammy's use of vitamins or essential oils or other homeopathic type remedies?
It was mentioned in a couple of places that she did use those in different ways. I don't have any indication of specifically how she used them. In the photographs that were taken by the coroner at the scene, there were many essential oils and other non-pharmaceuticals that were present at the scene, which we went through and listed and looked up to see what they were. Right.
And so when somebody has a history of using those things, I mean, it's possible to overdose on some vitamins or some essential oils, right, and die from that?
There is nothing you can't overdose on, given enough of it, yes.
Okay. Specifically, vitamin A, one of the side effects of overdosing on that is death. Is that right?
Yes, but that's a long-term process. I'm not aware of any situation where someone would die acutely from vitamin A toxicity. I've seen that actually before in some people, but it generally is people that take too much for an extended period of time. It leads to liver failure.
Okay. And did you review this for any type of vitamin poisoning?
We didn't see any evidence of it.
Okay.
So, I mean, specifically, we did not test for vitamins, no.
Didn't test for it. Did you test for any essential oils or any essential oil type poisoning?
No, I'm not aware of any testing available for that.
Okay. Okay. You did a lot of testing for poisons, right?
Yes.
And that's basically because she had such a, I don't want to say normal, but normal autopsy. I mean, it was hard to find a cause of death, right? That's why you kind of lean towards poisoning. Is that right?
That's certainly part of the reason, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. You tested for some heavy metals?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Heavy metal poisoning can lead to death.
Okay. And you specifically sent it to a chemical lab that you have in Utah?
Yes.
What kind of a chemical lab is that?
It's part of the Utah Public Health Lab. It's what they call a chemical threat response lab that is involved in monitoring for both bioweapons and chemical weapons agents, among other things.
Do many states have that?
I actually don't know how many states have that.
Okay. But your state has it, Utah has it. Is that because of the Twila Army Depot and the chemical weapons?
I'm not aware of the history of it or why it's there.
Okay. All right. Then you sent some stuff off to the National Medical Lab Services or National Medical Services Lab in Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And is that just a big lab that services all over the country?
Yes, it is a reference lab for forensic toxicology testing as well as other clinical testing, and they do some crime lab things as well. I think they do DNA testing. We don't use them for that, but they're a very large forensic toxicology reference lab.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your review of the external body of Tammy Daybell. Some of the bruising was significantly more severe, I guess, than some of the other bruises. Is that right?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way.
Okay.
Certainly, some of it in the sections that we reviewed yesterday showed more hemorrhage than other areas, but they are all relatively, superficial, you would say, or they're tissue injuries, on the with the surface and the immediate underneath tissue. They're certainly not in any way a lethal injury or anything of that nature.
So when you say it's serious hemorrhage, they weren't. I guess I'm just saying there was one that you looked at that had the surface of the skin, and then there was a significant amount of black substance. I'm assuming it's blood.
Yes.
Underneath that, in that fatty tissue. Is that right?
Yes.
You recall the one I'm thinking of?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. And some of the other ones that you pulled were more closer to the skin, which means they had less hemorrhaging that went, I guess it went less deep. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. So in order for something like that to happen, would it be consistent with someone falling or hitting something or being hit with something, or would it be more consistent with fingerprints or somebody holding someone down?
Yeah, I think, as I said yesterday, those types of blunt injuries generally are non-specific as to there's nothing I can look at any one of those individual injuries or even collectively and say, this is caused by this. They're not specific as to what caused them. I can tell you they're consistent with this or that or the other thing. And to answer your question specifically, could you fall down and sustain a bruise like that? Sure.
Okay. What, if anything, makes them consistent with your cause of death being asphyxia?
Just their location and the number of them and their age by looking at them microscopically.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the age of these. You said once the area is hemorrhaged and you have that breaking of the blood vessels, then you said that there is a period of time where nothing happens, and then there's a period of time where white blood cells kind of attack that area. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So tell me a little bit about the attacking of that area to heal the body or whatever. How long does that take?
It can begin as quickly as a couple of hours. It can take a day or more in some cases, and there's not really any way to know exactly where on that spectrum any individual injury is. But until you see inflammatory cells, you know that at most you're looking at several hours.
And when you looked at these particular, I can't remember what you called them. Did you call them slides? Or what did you call them?
Slides is what I ended up looking at, yes.
Okay. And you looked at them underneath a microscope?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was no cell activity where it looked like they were trying to, the white cell activity looked like it was trying to heal?
No, there was no inflammatory response in any of them.
Inflammatory response. Okay. You specifically talked a little bit about the time of death and how you really couldn't estimate the time of death. The prosecutor asked you if this would be consistent with happening prior to, if the call was made at 6 o'clock, prior to 5:40 a.m. And you really couldn't give us a definite answer on when this time of death was, right?
Well, I believe I said specifically that it's unlikely to have occurred, around 5:30 or close to the time of her discovery if she's already stiff at that time.
Okay.
But beyond that, is it 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours? I can't tell you.
Okay. So it's possible that Tammy had been lying dead in her bed for a number of hours prior to her discovery?
That's certainly possible.
Okay. Did you happen to review in your study of this particular case a forensic pathology report from Raven Pathology Associates?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay. And that particular report, she had a different result than what you had, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show that if the witness, what we've marked as defendant's, I believe, E. I'll just withdraw it. I'm going to withdraw that question, Judge.
Okay.
All right. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Redirect examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Very well.
Dr. Christensen, you were asked if your findings differed from that of the original death certificate or the coroner. They in fact did differ, correct?
They did.
And as part of that, because the cause of death listed on that certificate is not actually a cause of death,
It's not an explanation for why someone would die. Yes,
but you did in fact see signs of pulmonary edema, is that correct?
we did. Yes.
So in that sense, that at least that finding was similar. It's just the coroner had listed that as the cause of death when in fact that is not the cause.
Correct. I mean, she might have listed, as she did, cardiac arrest due to pulmonary edema, but then it would require an additional line of explanation due to something else, due to heart failure, due to drowning, due to drug overdose, due to asphyxia, whatever. It's pulmonary edema is an insufficient explanation for why someone died.
And similar with cardiac arrest, and I'm going to forget the terminology that you used yesterday, but they are essentially a symptom or a result of the actual cause of death.
Correct.
And I think we talked about this yesterday as well, but a coroner is very different from a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist, correct?
It's just in training, yes.
But you have significantly more training.
With respect to death investigation, yes.
And coroners are not required to attend medical school.
No.
They're not required to attend all the training that you attended.
No.
In addition to that, coroners, generally speaking, do not perform autopsies.
They do not in most cases.
And in performing the autopsy, does that assist in your determining a cause of death?
It does.
Does it assist in your determining the manner of death?
It does.
You did, I think you've previously testified, you've been asked a lot today by defense about seizures and if that could be a potential cause. I believe you testified yesterday, when you're looking at a negative autopsy, there are a limited number of causes that you're generally looking into. Is
That's
that
correct.
Okay. And again, one of those causes could be seizures.
Yes.
Can you go over again, why in this case did you determine that the seizure was unlikely, or what exactly was your determination with regard to seizures?
Sure. So with respect to seizures, seizures in the setting of a negative autopsy, the most normal finding in a brain, for example, of somebody with known seizures is a normal brain. So if I have somebody come to my office with known seizures who has died in their sleep or has died of a seizure or something like that, when I look at their brain, most of the time, most people with idiopathic epilepsy have normal brains. So a normal brain in and of itself does not exclude seizures as a possibility. And she certainly had a normal brain. However, the primary things in this case that I think, in my mind, have mitigated against seizure as a possible cause of her death are her age and lack of history. It was discussed that there was some recent history perhaps of seizures, but I could find no indication that that had been evaluated, looked at medically, or in any way was concerning enough to have evaluated. New onset seizures with a normal brain in a 49-year-old is quite unusual.
And you were also asked about intoxicants. Is that, and again, just for the benefit of the jury, that is one other cause of death that could result in a negative autopsy?
It is.
And in this case, I believe you said you did, or there was one of the most extensive testing procedures done that you've ever been involved in.
Yes.
And I believe you were asked, did you consider potentially that this was a death from some kind of an intoxicant?
Yes, I mean, certainly that's one of the reasons we did all the testing we did. We were concerned that it was. And I think, as I mentioned yesterday, there's not an ability ever to totally exclude any possible substance, simply because the amount of testing that would be required to do that would be generally more than you even have samples to do the testing for. But the testing that we did excludes, hundreds and hundreds of possible substances, both, as I said, over-the-counter, illicit, and therapeutic medical substances, as well as a number of other toxins. And could there be something else? Certainly, but it's just very, very unlikely given the amount of testing that was done.
And in this particular case, you did rule out intoxicants as a likely cause of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
Just, again, the exhaustive nature of the testing that was done, and no indication that there was something else that we hadn't covered.
You were asked about those bruises again, and again, for the benefit of the jury, in looking at them and taking the samples, what were you able to determine with regard to a time of when those may have been inflicted?
So yes, they are acute injuries, again, with no inflammatory response, meaning they have occurred, sometime from right around the time of death to as many as several hours beforehand. But generally, it would be very, very unusual for them to be more than a day. And quite unusual for them to be more than 12 hours old with that finding.
And while you can't say for sure, did those bruises appear to be consistent with someone being restrained?
They are certainly consistent with that.
And the autopsy is just one part of the investigation you conduct, is that correct?
That is correct.
So part of your investigation and your expert opinion is based on external information provided?
It is.
You were asked again a little bit about the time of death. And did you review information regarding when the death was reported?
Yes.
And did you review information regarding what was reported in relation to the state of Tammy's body at that time?
I did.
And was the information you reviewed that she was cold and stiff?
Yes.
What would that lead you to believe as far as how far before the call she may have passed away?
Sure. So there are two parts to that. The cold part, if a body has cooled substantially, a person who's interacting with that body, we are used to interacting with each other at normal body temperature. And so any substantial decrease in a person's temperature is going to be perceived as cold. And whether that's, a few degrees or 20 degrees or whatever it is, it's really difficult to draw many conclusions from just an assessment of cold, other than that they have probably been dead for a while and their circulation has stopped. And so putting a time on that is not really possible based on cold. Based on stiff, again, rigor mortis is a process that develops over time. It's generally not there at all. When a person first dies, they remain flaccid for a period of time, and then become stiff in the ensuing 1 to 2 hours generally is when it starts, and will stiffen further to the point of where they're maximally stiff, somewhere usually around 12 hours, and then that stiffness will persist until the body begins to decompose. So to answer your question, generally, if someone is described as stiff, again, that can be a variable thing, but at a minimum, at least an hour probably has passed since the person died.
And you were asked if she could have been laying there dead.
Yes.
In your experience, or would you be able to determine would you expect a dead person to roll out of bed?
Not without some external force applied. So there are a number of scenarios that I have seen over the years where a dead body has moved. Generally speaking, that is in the setting of decompositional changes, where the body is actually changing shape and configuration because of bloating and other postmortem changes. That does not happen in the early postmortem period. And a person who is, recently deceased would not be expected to move on their own without the application of some other external force.
And again, based on the autopsy and then the investigation you conducted, what did you determine to be the cause of death?
Asphyxia.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the testimony then of this witness. Let me inquire of the state, is the witness allowed to be released from any subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request to be released.
We have no objection.
All right, with no objection from the defense then, Dr. Christensen, thank you for your testimony. You can be excused. The bailiff will help assist you out of the courtroom. All right, is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will that be?
Detective Bruce Mattingly.
Very well. Sorry, I interrupted the clerk for just a second here. Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Detective Mattingly, how long has it been since you testified?
More than a few days.
Okay, more than a few days. Let me just inquire before you testify again. Have you reviewed any of the trial testimony since you last testified?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that. With that in mind, then, you previously testified, so please adhere to the same rules we gave you the first time around. And with that in mind, the state can commence with the direct examination when you're ready.
Detective, I know you previously spelled your name, and I may have missed it. Did you just spell it again?
Yes. Last is Mattingly, Mattingly.
And again, I know you've testified before today, but I'm going to go over a few more things with you, or a few things that you may have already gone over, just to refresh the jury's recollection on some of it. Where are you currently employed?
Fremont County, Idaho,
How long have you been employed with them?
22 years.
What is your current title and/or position?
Detective,
How long have you held that position?
about 6 years.
What other positions have you held within that agency?
I've worked as a detention deputy, patrol, a school resource officer, and then into a detective position.
And were you in fact working as a detective there on October 19th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a call regarding an unattended death?
I did.
And did you learn who the decedent was?
Tamara or Tammy Daybell.
Do you recall, and actually I'll back up there, do you know why you were called regarding that unattended death?
Yes, the Deputy Greenhall had been called out to an unattended death in our county. And as for our procedure, she used to call a detective to talk about the death and to see if a detective was needed.
And were you on shift that day?
I was not.
Were you the on-call detective?
I was not.
Did she tell you why she ended up reaching out to you?
She did. She did try.
I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'll sustain that objection.
That's fine. Based on what she reported to you, did you end up responding out?
I did not.
Did she report that she found anything suspicious?
She did not report anything.
Do you know if other individuals responded out?
No other deputies, no.
Do you know if the coroner responded out?
The coroner did respond, yes.
At some point, did you learn of a prior incident that had been reported regarding Tammy Daybell?
I did. Deputy Greenhall, in her explanation of what was,
And I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
That I'll overrule at this point.
so Deputy Greenhall, in helping me understand the location and past circumstances, had told me about a prior event on October 9th, 2019, where Deputy Cannon had responded out there for a suspicious call of, I believe it was a paintball gun that had been pointed at Tammy.
Had you been involved in that investigation involving the paintball gun?
No,
At some, actually, let me back up there. Do you know if additional investigation was conducted into the death of Tammy Daybell on October 19th?
no, there was no additional on that date.
At some point, was additional investigation started into the death of Tamara Daybell?
Yes, there was.
Do you know if the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was involved in that?
They were.
Did you personally become involved in that investigation?
I did.
Do you recall when you became involved?
Yeah, I started around mid-December of 2019.
Do you know if the Fremont County Sheriff's Office had already been involved at the time you personally became involved into that investigation?
Yes,
And had they been?
they had been.
Do you know approximately when Fremont County became involved in that investigation?
They started that investigation about the 1st of November.
I'm going to back up a little bit. Do you have any specialized training in order to be a peace officer?
I do.
And what is that?
So I attended the Post Academy or Police Academy, and from there I have my certificates of basic certificate, intermediate certificate, advanced certificate, and master certificate. And then from there I also have specialized training as a detective and in death investigations.
When you became involved into the death investigation regarding Tammy Daybell, do you know if there were other related investigations being conducted?
There were several.
And do you know what those were?
Yes. Besides ours, there was Rexburg PD and the FBI were searching for Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, the missing children. And in Arizona, there was Brandon Boudreaux's attempted shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, and Charles Vallow's death in Chandler, Arizona.
Would it be fair to say that this became a joint investigation?
Yes.
Did you also assist in the investigation involving the missing children?
I did.
And focusing on the investigation involving the death of Tammy Daybell, did you review statements that had been made by Chad Daybell regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Tammy?
I did, yes.
Did you also review statements Chad Daybell had made regarding Tammy's health?
Yes,
Did you do any further investigation regarding looking into Tammy's health?
I did.
And what was that?
We got search warrants for Seasons Medical, Teton Medical, and Walmart Pharmacy.
And Your Honor, I think previously the state had submitted the business record certifications for a couple different exhibits, but the exhibits themselves had not been admitted. They're admitted by stipulation is my understanding. So I have State's Exhibit 38A, which is the Teton medical records, 39A, which is the Walmart pharmacy records, and 40A, which is the Seasons medical records that I would ask to be, I believe they've maybe previously been admitted, but only the certificates were submitted to the court. So I would ask to submit those and just to make the record clear, ask that they be admitted.
Okay. Let me inquire of the defense then on 38A, which is the Teton medical records, Teton Health.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was there a objection to the admission of 38A from the defense?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. Is 38 the certificate of authenticity?
I
So-
think it's the corresponding exhibit, and 38 was the certificate, and 38A would be the report itself. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor. And it would be the medical records.
I've previously not objected to the certificates of authenticity under Rule 902 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. And so if that's attaches to that exhibit, then I don't have any objection.
Okay. So that's on 38A. On 39A, which would be the Walmart pharmacy records, I believe, being offered. Any objection on that, Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor.
And then on 40A, season medical records, any objection there?
The same inquiry, just to make sure that the certificates have been previously admitted.
Okay. Before those are offered to the witness, then perhaps they could be shown to the defense to make sure they correspond to the.
And Your Honor, at this juncture, the state does not intend to publish them to the jury. We just wanted to admit them. I will have some questions regarding them if the defense wants an opportunity to review them.
Okay. Would you like to review them, Mr. Archibald, or just move forward?
If the witness is going to be testifying about them, then yes, I'd like to see a copy.
Okay. Let's have them shown to the defense in this way. Thank you.
It's just a disc. Are they previously?
And I don't know, is the defense okay with me starting with some questions and then determining if you want to take a break to review those in more detail?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that then. Since they're not being published, if there's some concern raised, I'll allow the defense to maintain a provisional objection there.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in looking at those medical records from an well, let me back up. Did you actually review those medical records?
I did.
In your review of those medical records from an investigative standpoint, did anything stand out to you?
No, nothing stood out as far as what we're looking to cooperate for information such as seizures or seizure-like activities, fainting, or dizzy spells.
Did you see anything in the medical records that indicated that Tammy had any issues with fainting?
She did not.
And I'll object, Your Honor. Foundation.
What's the foundation for that?
And Your Honor, I think I previously asked the witness if he looked at the medical records and just from his investigative standpoint, if anything stood out to him, and that goes to what he does next in his investigation. So I think the medical records speak for themselves, but this is his review of those and how it assisted or pushed his investigation along.
All right, the objection's overruled. You can continue, Ms. Blake.
Did you see any indication that Ms. Daybell had any dizziness or dizzy spells?
None.
Did you see any indication that she had any seizure-like activity?
She did not.
Did you notice anything with regard to her having low blood pressure?
There was no low blood pressure reported.
So from your review of this, did it corroborate statements made by Chad Daybell?
No, they were completely opposite.
And what, if anything else, did you do with regard to looking into Tammy Daybell's health?
From there, we had just reviewed some pictures from the crime, from the scene of Tammy's death, and found that there was a Fitbit on her nightstand. And so we looked into getting a search warrant from Fitbit for information that Fitbit could possibly have, such as heart rate, sleep patterns, and her activity levels.
And did you end up actually obtaining documents from Fitbit?
I did, yes,
Did you personally review those responsive documents?
I did.
And from your review of those, what, if anything, did you discover?
So the Fitbit warrant, the information that came back, we were able to identify it as her account, Tammy Daybell's. And from there, even though we were hoping for heart rate and sleep patterns, because of the device that she had, those were not recorded. But what was recorded were her step counts and her level of activity.
And I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 108A. These are just slides that are attached to a PowerPoint. I previously have given defense a copy. There's a copy for the court, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and if the witness can be shown the other one. Detective, could you look at those pages? Did you assist in preparing an exhibit today in preparation for your testimony?
Yes,
Do those slides or those photos appear to be an accurate depiction of the information put into that PowerPoint?
yes,
And would that aid in your testimony today?
yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 108A. I would indicate what the court has is just the printouts. The actual exhibit is on a jump drive.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 108A is admitted.
And I would request permission to publish.
You can publish it.
And Detective, does the information on the screen look familiar to you?
Yes,
And where have you seen that information before?
that would have came from our search warrant from Fitbit.
And with what we're seeing on here, were you able to identify or determine who the Fitbit belonged to?
I was. We used her email at tammy.daybell@gmail.com, her information that she had entered.
And did you look at other things to verify that this device was Tammy's?
I did. Another thing that we looked at was who her friends were that she had listed, and a few of them were her children, Leah, Emma, and Seth Daybell.
And you talked about wanting to look at the heart rate in relation to this information that was recovered. I believe you indicated you were unable to obtain that information. Do you know why?
As I understood, it was because of the device which she had. As you can see up there, it's the Alta device, right about there. And that's a low-end model which shows a heart rate as it's being used, but it does not record the heart rate.
And you also indicated that you were looking to see if she wore it to bed. Were you able to make any determination regarding that?
Yes, it looked like she very rarely wore that to bed at night. Every so often, it looked like maybe she fell asleep with it, but it didn't stay on.
And was there a reason that you were focused in or hoping that she had worn it to bed?
The reason we were looking for that was so that we can narrow down that time of death.
You said that you did discover some information on the Fitbit, though. What is this next slide showing some of the information you recovered?
It is, yes.
And what are we looking at on this?
So that's the total amount of steps per month that Tammy had taken for the year of 2019.
Did you do anything to determine if that was a significant amount of steps per month?
I did. Just because the numbers looked big to me didn't mean that they were accurate or how active they were. So after a review of what the national average was for steps, I was able to look at these numbers and determine whether she was below average or she was average or above average.
And what was your determination ultimately?
So I found in the month of January and February, she was a little bit below average, but from March up through October, she was above average.
And to be clear on this slide, would that be January of 2019 that we're looking at the bottom?
That is correct, 2019.
So from the bottom to the top is the order it goes in.
Yes.
And again, what was the date or the day, I should say, that Tammy was reported as deceased?
The report came in on the 20th.
And would the October data then be missing part of the month?
It would, yes.
So that would have been from the 1st of October up until the time of her passing?
Correct.
And was the death reported on the 19th of October?
Yes.
And that was of 2019?
2019, yes.
So from your review of this data, what did you determine with regard to how active Tammy was?
Tammy was very active up until the time of her death.
At any point in your review of this data, I think you said some of the first months start out a little lower. Did you see any slowdown in her activity in the months leading up to her death that seemed significant?
There was no slowdown.
I think you may have said, but did you also speak with coworkers, neighbors, and others regarding Tammy's health?
I did.
What, if anything, did you learn from speaking with, from interviewing other individuals?
I'll object, Your Honor. That question calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you find anything to support that Tammy was having health issues?
I did not.
Did you determine whether or not she was involved in clogging or other fitness classes?
I did, yes.
And was she?
She was. She was involved in Zumba, which is a high fitness class, a clogging class, and she had been preparing for a 5K, and which she did complete.
Do you know approximately when she would have completed the 5K?
It was just before school started
In 2019?
in 2019, yeah.
And as part of the investigation surrounding Tammy's death, do you know if it was determined whether or not she had any life insurance policies?
She had two.
And did Fremont County Sheriff's Office do anything in relation to those policies?
Yes, we obtained 2 search warrants.
And did you, do you know which companies she had life insurance through?
She had 2 life insurance. One was through Primerica, and the other was through LifeMap.
Were those the companies that the search warrants were sent to?
They were.
Did those companies in fact provide responsive documents?
They did.
And did you review those responsive documents?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as states 122A and 151. Again, these are documents in which there were business record certifications, and it's my understanding would be admitted by stipulation.
All right, 122A has been offered. Could you identify what those are specifically, Ms. Blake?
Yes, 122A is going to be the business record certification for Primerica and the corresponding documents. And 151 is going to be the life map document.
All right, on 122A, does the defense have any objection to those being admitted?
If I could see the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I also have it states Exhibit 152 and 153, which are attached to the life map documents. 152 would be the beneficiary statement. 153 would be the employer's and/or administrator's statement.
All right, we'll allow defense counsel to review these for a moment.
I've reviewed them, Your Honor. I don't have any objection.
Okay, so Exhibit 122A is admitted. Exhibit 151 is admitted. Exhibit 152 is admitted. Exhibit 153 is admitted.
And Detective, focusing in on first on the Primerica documents, did you in fact learn who the insured was on that policy?
Yes, on the Primerica, there were two insurers. It was Tamara Daybell and Chad Daybell.
And do you know who the beneficiaries were?
Beneficiaries were the same.
So each of them had a policy or were listed on the same policy as both insured and beneficiaries of each other?
Yes,
Were you able to determine from a review of those documents how much the policy on Tammy was for?
$300,000.
Do you know if that $300,000 was paid out?
It was
And who was it paid to?
Chad Daybell.
And with regard to the life map, were you able to determine who was insured under that policy?
That was Tamara Daybell.
And do you know who the beneficiary was?
Chad Daybell.
Were you able to determine an amount on that policy?
$80,000.
And do you know if that amount was in fact paid out?
Yes,
Do you know who it was paid to?
Chad Daybell.
And do you know on that life map policy if there was an additional 50,000?
Yes, there was.
And the total payout on that one would have been 130,000?
That would be correct. Yes.
But the 80,000 was a little separate from the 50,000.
Yes.
I can have just one moment.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Archibald, cross-examination.
So Detective, with your investigation into Tammy's death, did you learn that the defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, was in Hawaii at the time of Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Did you also learn that that Lori Vallow Daybell's device was not on the property of Chad Daybell on October 9th or on October 19th, 2019?
It was not.
Now, these medical records that you reviewed, did you recall what kind of medications Tammy Daybell was taking?
She was on tramadol and, pardon the pronunciation, but fluoxetine.
Do you know what those medications are for?
Tramadol, I believe, is for pain, to help treat pain, and the fluoxetine is for depression.
And in reviewing the medical records, were you able to determine what type of pain Tammy Daybell had?
I just know it was in reference to a pain in her wrist.
And in your investigation, you learned that she was taking medication for depression. Do you recall how long she had been taking that medication?
I don't remember the exact year or how long she had, but it had been for a few years.
And was it something that she had an active prescription for?
Yes, it was.
In reviewing the medical records, could you determine if she was also in any kind of counseling for depression?
No.
In reviewing this Fitbit information, it appears as if she was taking about 10,000 steps a day. Is that fair to say? Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Correct.
And then the 5K run, would that have maybe been in August of 2019? Because that was a high month.
It could have been. I don't know when it was specifically.
Now, in your investigation, you also learned that Tammy Daybell, what she did for a living. Is that right?
I did.
What did she do for a living?
She worked at the school, elementary school, as a librarian and something with computers.
And so, during your investigation, you learned that she was active at her job as a librarian or as a computer teacher.
I did.
Anything in her school personnel file, anything in there that would that stuck out to you?
There was nothing.
She was a good employee.
She was highly spoken of.
And on the insurance payouts to Chad Daybell, was this life insurance something that had been applied for years prior to 2019?
On which one?
Well, you tell me how long these insurance policies had been in place.
So the Primerica, that one they had established many years prior to even moving to Idaho. They had that when they were living in Springville.
And is that the 300,000 one?
That is the 300,000. Yes.
Okay. Go on.
And then Life Map, that was one provided by the school. And
That was the 80. I'm sorry. That was the 80,000 one.
80,000 plus the 50, so 130,000.
Okay. So the Primerica had initially started, that insurance had started in Utah.
Yes.
Before they moved to Idaho.
Correct.
And then the Life Map was just part of her job insurance.
It was.
So any activity on that insurance that had begun in, say, 2018 or 2019?
On the Life Map there was.
And what was that?
So she had previously worked there part-time, and then when she worked full-time, she was eligible for a certain max amount. And then after a year or more of working there, she was eligible for, I believe, 5 times the amount of her yearly salary, and that's where the price increased.
Okay. And 5 times the amount of her annual salary, would that have been the 50,000?
I'd have to review some notes. I don't know.
Did she make about 10,000 a year as a school librarian?
Close to that.
Any indication from your investigation that the life insurance company wanted their money back for fraud?
That was discussed.
Did they take any action to get their money back from Chad Daybell?
I don't recall if they did or not.
So not as far as you know.
I can't remember.
If that would have happened, you would have known about it.
More than likely, yes.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. Any redirect?
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes. All right, Ms. Blake, before we get started again on any further redirect, we needed to, little housekeeping matter for the record on exhibits. Exhibits 38A, 39A, and 40A you moved to admit them. You were going to question about them, and then you did. We never actually formally admitted those into the record. I didn't hear any objection come up from the defense during questioning. So unless there is an objection at this time, I'll just indicate on the record that exhibits 38A, 39A, and 40A were admitted, and those were the medical record information.
Correct, and the pharmacy.
Okay, so those are admitted. All right, with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you want to continue with any redirect, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mattingly, you were asked some questions regarding whether or not you knew if the insurance company was conducting an investigation or looking into fraud.
Yes,
And I believe you indicated you're not sure what the insurance company is doing at this juncture.
correct.
Are you aware whether or not Mr. Daybell does in fact have charges pending for insurance fraud?
I can't recall if there is or not.
You don't recall if Fremont County, if he has pending charges in Fremont County for insurance fraud?
Correct.
Just 1 moment. And you indicated that to the best of your knowledge, the insurance companies did pay out,
Correct.
and those payments went to Chad Daybell.
They did.
Do you know, through your investigation, did you learn whether or not the defendant was living off the proceeds of of those insurance funds while in Hawaii with Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And was he?
he was.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. All right, I believe that'll conclude the examination of this witness then. Detective Mattingly's previously been brought back. Is he still going to continue to be available under subpoena for the state?
I believe he should be able to be released at this time.
Okay, any objection to that from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today, Detective. You can be excused.
Your Honor, the next witness for the state will be Alice Gilbert.
Okay, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, before we commence with examination, let me just ask you, Ms. Gilbert, since this trial started and it's been going a while, have you reviewed any of the testimony that's taken place in this case during trial by either viewing it from another location or here, or by accessing it on the internet or reading about it in any way?
No.
Okay, thank you for your response. With your testimony then, please talk directly into that microphone so we make sure to pick up your voice on the record, and also make verbal responses to any questions you're asked so that the record's clear, and try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you. And with that in mind then, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can commence with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Alice Gilbert, ALICE GILBERT.
Not too close. You're okay. These microphones can be a little touchy, so we'll just get used to it as we go through things. Do you know Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you know Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
Yes.
How did you know them?
We moved into the ward 2017, so into the neighborhood too. I was working with Tammy and our church calling.
And when you talk about the ward in your church, what church are you referencing?
The LDS church.
And did you say when you moved into the neighborhood?
2017.
And Chad and Tammy were already living there?
Yes.
Would you say that you were closer to one of them over the other one?
Yes.
And who were you closest with out of those two?
Tammy.
And excuse me, but I believe you said you and Tammy shared a church calling.
Yes.
And what calling was that?
I was the Relief Society president and she was the first counselor.
How often do you think you saw Tammy?
We met once a week for meetings and then on Sunday.
And had that continued for quite some time?
Until she passed away. Mm-hmm.
And do you recall when the two of you were given the calling?
In October of 2018.
So for about a year,
Mm-hmm.
you saw her approximately twice a week.
Right.
Did you get to know Tammy pretty well?
I think so.
And tell us a little bit about Tammy.
Tammy was a great person. She was shy. She didn't like to be in the limelight, but she was very organized. She knew the computers very, very well. Whenever we needed to change anything, she could do it quick. She knew the computers really good. whenever we planned an activity or so, she would say, let's keep it simple. Just keep it simple. And it seemed to work. That seemed to work how we did it. And honestly, I think that's how she lived. Keep it simple.
Did you have occasion to observe Chad and Tammy together?
Yes, I did. Just at church, mostly.
And what did you observe?
Well, at first they were normal. It was great and normal. Sometimes he would come to help set up the chairs for the activity that she would be over, and he would help that way. In 2019, it kind of changed. Not that he was more distant to her, so that was noticeable. You know.
And you said that was in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Did Tammy ever talk to you about her marriage?
No, she never said anything about it. She did one time tell me her finances were a little strained, but she didn't talk about it with us.
And when you would see Tammy, did you notice her slow down at all?
No,
Did you notice any change in her activity level prior to her death?
no. In fact, I think it increased.
Did she ever complain to you about any health issues?
No,
Did you ever see Tammy have any shaking fits?
no,
Did you ever see Tammy faint?
no,
She ever tell you that she did?
no.
At some point, did you learn, let me back up. How did you learn about Tammy's death?
The morning of the 19th, 7 o'clock, Emma called me on the phone, and she was just sobbing. And she told me that her mother had died. And I said, what? And I said, what happened? And she said, she died in her sleep. And I
I'm going to
said,
object to hearsay. This is all hearsay.
I'll sustain that at this point.
At some point, did someone take the phone from Emma?
Chad did.
And what did Chad tell you?
He told me not to tell anybody and to wait for about an hour. And I said, well, I need to call the bishop. And he said, no, don't call. But I still did.
And to be clear, was that on October 19th of 2019?
Yes.
At some point that day, did you end up going to the Daybell residence?
Yes, we went over about 8:30 in the morning.
Did you make observations of Chad when you arrived?
Yes, he met us at the door and he gave me a hug, and all the children were there and their spouses except for Mark. And the children were stunned. They were all on the couch and chairs, and they could hardly speak. They were stunned at this. But Chad was not stunned. He had to tell us. I said, what happened? And he said, well, we think she died of an embolism. And he said that her legs were hanging over the bed and that she fell out of the bed and that she got up at midnight and vomited. And the kids didn't say anything. And I think they were too stunned to talk.
Did it surprise you to hear Chad's explanation of her death?
Yes, because I had just seen her Wednesday. I had just talked to her on Wednesday.
And how did she seem on Wednesday?
Fine. She was fine.
Did she complain to you at all that day of any health issues?
No,
Did you ever hear her have a coughing fit around that time?
no.
After initially going to the Daybell residence, what else did you do that morning?
So I asked them if they had breakfast, and they said no. And then my husband and I said, well, we'll go get you breakfast. And as we stood up to go, Chad told me that the funeral is going to be on Tuesday and the memorial on Wednesday. And I was really surprised. And I looked at him. I said, oh, did you plan this? Because, sometimes a husband and wife will say, if I die before you, I want, a graveside or do this. I said, do you plan this? And he said, no. But I knew somebody planned it.
And did that seem awfully quick to you?
Yes.
And so the funeral was going to be on a Tuesday
Mm-hmm.
and the memorial on a Wednesday.
Yes.
And she was pronounced dead on a Saturday.
Yes.
Did Chad respond when you asked if he'd already planned the funeral or if they talked about it?
He just said no, and that's all he said. but it did catch me off guard. It did surprise me.
Did you, in fact, end up attending the funeral?
Yes, I had to go see her in the casket. Sorry.
You're just fine.
I had to tell her goodbye. And she looked good
And where was the funeral?
in Springville, Utah.
Did you ever ask Chad why the funeral was being held in Springville instead of where they resided?
You know, I didn't. I just assumed because they used to live there. I didn't. I was surprised because I would think that the kids would like to go visit her grave, and they, you know, if she was very close, or they could go visit. But then they used to live in Springville, so I didn't ask him.
When you were at the funeral, do you recall making any observations of Chad?
He was standing by the casket. I told him that Tammy looked good, and he just said, "Yeah, she does." You know, it wasn't really mournful to me, but I didn't know how he was reacting to things, you know. So we went to the funeral. Was a really nice funeral. It was, and I was really amazed. The kids all spoke, and they did a good job, and I was surprised that they could pull it together so fast from the death, and then it would take a day to drive there and to talk. So I was amazed. They gave some really nice talks, tributes to her.
And do you recall if Chad also spoke at the funeral?
He did. He spoke last.
And did you make any observations regarding his talk?
He gave a good talk too. Maybe more like a church talk than a spouse would speak about their other spouse.
And after getting back from the funeral, did you end up attending the memorial service?
No, we didn't go because we had just been to the funeral, and so our Relief Society presidency and the bishop fixed a meal, and we took it over to Chad's after the memorial.
And when you took it to Chad's house, was he there?
Yes, they'd just gotten back, and the kids were back, and so we put the food down, and the kids started to eat. And Chad said then that he was moving out. He couldn't be there. And we said, "Well, where are you moving?" And he said he's moving to Rexburg. He had a friend there that had a condo, and that his friend was hardly there, so he would let him stay there.
And the memorial was on Wednesday?
Yes.
And so by Wednesday, Chad was telling you he was going to move out of his residence?
Yes.
Were you left with an impression of if the friend was male or female?
He called him a he. Chad called him a he.
So you believed it to be a male friend that he would be moving with? Did anything else strike you that morning as far as anything Chad told his kids?
Yes, he told them to go through Tammy's things that afternoon, which I was surprised at.
Did you observe how the kids seemed to react to that?
They were eating, and they seemed to go along with it and not really question him. So I think they went ahead and did that.
In the time after Tammy's death, did you have an opportunity to observe the Daybell children?
Yes. So I went Friday to go check on Emma and Garth, and I stopped in to see Emma. She was really struggling. She was crying. She'd missed her mother. I was also struggling having contact with Chad. I said, what's wrong? And she said that he didn't want anything to do with her or her siblings. And then I checked in at Garth. They lived right cornered from each other. So I checked in on Garth, and he said that he was hoping he wouldn't lose his dad.
Yeah, I'm going to object to this as hearsay.
It's the same.
Were you able to observe how they appeared?
Emma got real sick, and she lost a lot of weight. We took a lot of meals to her, and the school district was taking meals in to both her and Garth and Seth were living in the house.
And when you say in the house, were they living in Chad and Tammy's house?
Yeah, they were. And I went over and cleaned Tammy's house for her, took her a meal, but she struggled health-wise that way.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to Chad?
So it was about a week, and my husband and I thought, well, we could call him to see how he's doing. Maybe we'll visit him. So we called him and said, can we come and visit with you? And he said, no, but I'll come to your house. I'll come over and see you. So we said, okay.
And Judge, I'm just going to inquire when the court wants to take a mid-morning break, just so I can gauge how far to go.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that now. I think it's a good time for that if you still have a ways to go on your direct. So, all right, thank you, Ms. Blake. We'll take a break here for roughly 20 minutes, so try to get started again no later than 11:45.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors brought back, please.
All right, please.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, Ms. Blake, you can continue on your direct examination. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the benefit of the jurors, I think before we left off, you were talking about reaching out to Chad to check on him.
Yes.
And what do you recall the content of that conversation, or what was discussed?
We reached out to him to go visit him to see how he was doing. And I think this was the 26th of October. And he said he would come to our place.
Did you get the feeling that he didn't want you to go to the residence he was at in Rexburg?
I'm going to object to that speculative, Judge.
Sustained.
Did he, in fact, end up coming to your place?
Yes. He came over to our place, and it was, I'd made cookies, and he came in and sat in the kitchen. We asked him how he was doing, and he said, actually, I'm doing really good. And that he'd met the woman he was going to marry. And
you recall this being around October 26th? And Tammy had just passed away or been declared dead on the 19th?
yes,
Did it surprise you that he seemed to be doing so well?
yes, we were shocked. And he went on to say how beautiful she was. And we asked him where he'd met her. And he said at a conference in St. George in October. And we asked him her name, and first he wasn't going to tell us, and then he said, well, I'll tell you. And he said Lori Vallow, and I had no idea who. Like thinking, who's Lori Vallow? And then he mentioned that she did a podcast with Melanie Gibb, and so then that, oh, that's who that is.
And then you had some name recognition.
Yes, just knowing that she had done a podcast with Melanie Gibb.
Had you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
And when Chad was talking to you, you said he indicated they'd met at a conference in St. George in October. Do you know if that would have been October of the previous year in 2018?
Yes.
Was she with him when he came to visit you on that occasion?
No.
Did you end up actually meeting her in person?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Yes. So on Tuesday nights, we worked at the temple, and we were waiting in a room for a meeting to begin, and he tapped us on the shoulder and asked us to step in the hallway. And there we met her and her niece, Melanie, and another friend. And it was brief because we had to get back into the meeting. And so it was just brief, but it was a little awkward. It was awkward.
And then at some point, did Chad and Lori both end up coming to your house?
Yeah. So in that week, so I honestly, I don't know if it was the next day or another day, but it was in that week. And they came to the house in the afternoon, and it was cold. And so I asked her if she was used to Idaho weather, and she said she'd bought some warmer clothes. And they came in and sat on the couch and was quite affectionate with each other.
And when you say quite affectionate, could you describe a little bit about what you were observing?
It was abnormal for us to see Chad that way. So, you know, his arm was around her. He had his arm over her legs, and she was giggling and laughing. And for Todd and I, for my husband and I, we were embarrassed just because we hadn't seen Chad in a thing that way. Especially they look like teenagers, and so anyway, so I asked her about her family, and she said that I asked her if she'd been married, and she said yes, that her husband died in December of a heart attack. And then Chad said, and she recently just lost a daughter. So I told her, oh, I'm sorry. And she said, thank you. And I said, how many children do you have? And she's kind of stammered, and like there were stepchildren involved. And so I did not get a definite number.
And when, and you talk about you hadn't seen Chad act like that before. Was Chad like that with Tammy?
No.
And you talked about you'd ask Lori if she was getting used to the cold. Was there a specific reason that you remember asking her about the cold?
Yes, because October of that year, 2019, we had an extreme frost in Rexburg at the time. And it was early frost, and it was a hard frost, and the farmers were getting their potatoes out early. And in fact, they were helping each other getting it was an unusual hard frost, and so it was cold that October. And so I asked her if she was getting used to the cold. And
when you talk about it was potentially the next night or sometime that week, are you referencing the week of October 26th of 2019?
Yes.
Did that seem pretty quick to you to see Chad there with another woman?
Absolutely. Yes.
And when Chad told you that Lori had a daughter that had died recently, or that she'd recently lost a daughter, Lori didn't say anything different?
No.
She didn't contradict that information?
Mm-mm.
Did they ever talk to you about their plans for a future together?
Yes. First Chad told us he was going to go to Hawaii to write a book. And then they mentioned that they eventually were going to get married, but they didn't know when that would be. They mentioned they were going to take the kids to Disneyland around Thanksgiving.
And when they talked about taking kids to Disneyland, do you know which kids they were referencing?
It would be Chad's children.
Did they ever mention taking any children of Lori's with them?
No, I had the impression that she had no other children, that she was like an empty nester. And I thought that the daughter that had died was like an older daughter, maybe of cancer or illness or something.
And did Chad or Lori provide you any details as to how Lori's daughter had died?
No, and I didn't pursue that question with her.
And I think previously we talked a little bit about you going to visit Emma. And was it Emma that you would go clean her house?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn about or receive information regarding some missing children?
Yes, when I stopped to see Emma, she had told
Judge, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Yeah, anything she says specifically would be hearsay, so that is sustained.
Did you learn anything regarding some missing children?
I heard on the news from
Again, objection hearsay.
That would also be hearsay.
At some point, do you know if Chad left Idaho?
Yes. I knew that they had left after they visited with us. I think they left when I stopped to see Emma.
Objection hearsay.
Comment wasn't made yet, so I'll overrule that at this point. Ms. Blake, just if you'll re-ask the question.
At some point, and maybe I'll ask it this way. After Lori and Chad visited you and you'd had the conversation about Lori's children or lack of children, did they come to your residence on another occasion?
Yes. It was after they were married, and they'd come back to Idaho. They were going to take the kids to Disneyland. They did stop by and show us wedding pictures.
Do you recall approximately when that visit would have been?
It was close to 2 weeks. It was close to 2 weeks after they had been there the first time.
And at that time, they showed you wedding photos?
Yes.
Were you surprised to see wedding photos?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just because it was so soon. They got married so soon.
And you were friends with Tammy?
Mm-hmm.
At some point after that visit, did Chad end up coming to your residence?
Let's see. No, I think that's when they left for Disneyland. I do know that through that time they had visited other neighbors and gone to the school. He came earlier in February and visited with us.
And later in February of the following year?
No, 2019.
And just Chad had come over on that occasion?
Yes.
And that was while Tammy was still living?
Right.
What do you recall? Why does that particular visit stick out to you?
Because we were fixing a bedroom floor. So I was busy. It was a mess. And so I was fixing the floor, and he came over to visit. And so I was still fixing in the bedroom, and he was going to leave, and I walked to the door with him, and he stopped at the door and paused and said that he'd had a vision of Tammy, that her time on earth was coming to an end, and that it was fulfilled, and he didn't know how or when, but he didn't see her living past the age of 50.
And that was in February of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
And again, when you had met with Chad the first time, he'd indicated he met Lori in October of 2018.
Right.
At some point, did Chad come to your residence and ask if he could move in?
Yes. After Lori was arrested in Hawaii and was brought back to Idaho, and he came shortly after and asked, he said it was too crowded at his place and he couldn't live there, and he wondered if he could live in one of our spare bedrooms. We told him we had a daughter that was coming to live with us. So no.
And Did he visit you other times as well around that same visit?
It was when the bond hearing was set for Lori. He came to our place shortly after and asked if we would put our property up for bond. And I said, well, he mentioned another man's name. He said, he can't help me. I said, what about your family? No, my family can't help me. We told him we would think about it. And he left. The next day, I think that was a Saturday. The next day was Sunday, and he texted us and said that he had a bondswoman to come and talk with us. And we told him, well, we were still thinking about it. And
We're going to object as to relevance. We don't believe that this is in furtherance of any conspiracy.
What's the relevance, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, I can ask a different question.
Go ahead.
At some point, did you and Chad have a conversation regarding the comment he had made to you previously about Lori's daughter dying?
yes. So when he asked us to do this bond, I felt like because you're asking this of us, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Again, Judge, we're going to object to relevancy.
Ms. Blake?
And Your Honor, maybe I'd ask for a sidebar.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I think there was a pending objection. The state will withdraw our question
Okay, go ahead.
and ask a different way. Not getting into the context of why Chad was there or the other conversations, what, if anything, did he say regarding his prior statement that Lori had a daughter that had lost a daughter recently?
I asked him, I'm going to say this, I did ask him how many daughters she did have. And I said to him, you told me when we met that she had just lost a daughter. And he said, no, I didn't. I said, yes, you did. And so I knew that it was Tylee that he was talking to me about. I asked him also, where are they? I asked him, where are the kids, Chad? And doesn't Tylee want a life, a job, a car, a boyfriend? And he said she didn't like people and she didn't like me.
And what struck you about those statements?
Because he said didn't.
He used the past tense.
He's the past tense.
And again, without getting into the context or indicating who the person was, at some point, did you overhear Chad make a statement to someone regarding his wife and you?
Yes.
And what was that statement?
With the statement.
But I'm going to object to foundation. If we don't know when this occurred, or, you know, I think there needs to be a little more foundation.
Okay, I would agree. It needs a little additional foundation, Ms. Blake.
And the statement that I'm referencing, would that have taken place at your residence when Chad was there?
Yes.
And would it have been after he had returned from Hawaii?
Yes.
And without indicating who you heard him say that statement to, do you recall overhearing a statement regarding what he thought regarding you and his wife?
Yes. He mentioned they think I killed my wife, and that they was referring to me and my husband.
I don't have anything further at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination?
If I could have just a second to confer with counsel.
Very well.
Mrs. Gilbert, You and your husband are farmers?
No, we have some animals on our place, but some chickens and a steer, but my husband's a flight instructor.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about farms and potatoes. I was wondering if you were a
Oh,
farmer.
no, it's that surrounding areas. No, they're in Rexburg with the farmers.
Okay. And you knew Chad Daybell because he lived in your neighborhood,
Yes,
and he and his wife and children attended the same church as you.
yes.
And then how did you get to know Melanie Gibb?
We had heard her. I didn't know her. We just heard the podcast with her and Lori on it.
So you listened to the podcast or you did the podcast?
No, we listened.
And what kind of podcasts were those?
Well, they were upbeat and positive podcasts, and it was encouragement. It was a lot of life in the podcasts.
And was Chad Daybell involved in those podcasts?
The one that we heard, he was not.
And is it something that you listen to or something that you watch?
No, you could just listen to it.
And so do you know what Melanie Gibb looked like or just what she sounded like?
I didn't know what she looked like.
And so were you aware of what Chad did for a living?
Yes, I did know.
And did you ever read any of his books?
Yes, we had read like the last series before we had moved there.
And so you knew his name before he moved in as your neighbor?
Yeah.
And did you think what did you think of these books?
Well, not sure. At the beginning, he says it's a fiction. And at the end, he said it is visions that he had seen with his children in the books.
So did he indicate to you personally that these books were fiction or that they were true?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. And beyond the scope direct.
It's overruled.
I didn't talk much about it with him on the books, but I'm assuming that he would think they were true.
And did you ever talk to Chad about his visions?
I didn't talk to him, more my husband did.
So were you there when they talked about it?
No, because they did it at church.
I'm sorry?
They did it at church,
Uh,
so I wasn't there.
okay. Your husband and Chad would talk about his books at the
At
church.
church,
Okay. And the church, you're meaning which church?
or our LDS church.
And did you attend we've seen maps and pictures of what's called the Salem Church. Is that
Yes.
what you're talking about?
Mhm.
And that's about, it's a couple of miles from Chad's house?
Yeah.
And where do you live in relation to that?
We live about 6 houses west of Chad.
Okay. And so did you talk to Chad about the conferences that he would go to?
No, we attended one in Rexburg and one in Boise. Other than that, we didn't. My husband may have, but I didn't.
So
Talk to him.
what were those seminars called?
They were a preparing a people seminar. There was quite a few speakers.
So one in Rexburg and one in Boise. Do you remember what year that was?
The one in Rexburg was early, so that maybe early or 2018. And then the Boise one was in 2019.
And was Chad a presenter at both of those seminars?
Yes,
And he was attempting to sell his books.
yes.
And he was giving speeches about his religious beliefs.
He talked about his books.
Did he talk about his near-death experiences?
Mhm.
And what did you make of his near-death experiences?
Well, they were interesting to hear. You don't know if that's real or not. To him it was real. I can't say it was real. I don't know.
Was his goal in talking about his experiences to sell books?
I think so.
And were these seminars or conferences sanctioned by your church?
No,
Were they approved by your church?
I don't think so.
So people who go to these seminars are typically LDS people?
Oh no, they're from all over. They were from all over.
So who's the where did you learn about these preparing a people conferences?
I think we saw a brochure about it. We saw a brochure with one in Rexburg, and then also an advertisement one, I think, online for the one in Boise.
So the presenters at these seminars, conferences that you went to, what was the subject matter of that approved by your church?
No,
So if you went to one of these seminars, conferences, you were a renegade of your church?
no. They had all different types of topics that was interesting to hear. There was one that talked about the process of fossils, the universal model. There was one, a lot of it had a theme with the LDS theme, like there was one on Book of Mormon. A lot of them talked about being positive and being like food storage, those types of things.
Would some of the topics focus on the end of the world?
I think Chad's did.
And he seemed to talk a lot about the end of times.
Yes.
And what did you make of that?
Again, it was like food for thought. You thought about it, and some of it he would tie things into it, like what was going on in the world. So he would tie that into it, financial things going on or disasters going on in the world. He would tie it together.
But with some of what he was teaching, would that be called strange or out of the ordinary?
Probably, yes.
Would he talk about a new church called the Church of the Firstborn?
Not in the seminars. I did not hear him talk about that in the seminars.
Did you hear him talk about that in other times?
Yes. I think in conversation with my husband, he did.
And what did you make of that?
That was another part that you just listen. Sometimes you just nod and listen and you hear, oh, that sounds good. But again, you have no idea. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't know.
So with this Church of the Firstborn, sometimes we've heard the term splinter group. Would that be considered a splinter group of the mainstream LDS church?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that hasn't been testified to, so I'd object to the question. And I would renew my objection that we're beyond the scope of direct and getting out of any relevance.
I think we're getting outside of the scope of direct here. I think there's some relevance with that last question. I'll sustain the objection on that.
So, so did you think Chad was kind of a weird guy?
Yes, I did. But I've met a lot of weird people. So he wasn't as weird as some, but it was a little odd.
Did you look to him for spiritual guidance?
No, I didn't. I considered it his thoughts or his theories of things, but not my guidance.
And were some that you saw attracted to Chad because of his spiritual talking?
I think so.
He had a way of being convincing, even though he was selling it as fiction, but yet some people believed it.
I think so. Sometimes just the way he talked, he would make his voice and talk as if he absolutely knew things.
And is that what you observed with my client and Chad Daybell, is that she was enamored with him?
She was definitely in love with him, but I think the beliefs were the same.
And I think you described it as a couple of teenagers.
Yeah, that visit was. And I only think that because I'm older, so you would look at it like, well, I know their age, like be your age type of thing. Does that make sense?
Yes. All right. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly. Did Chad appear enamored with Lori?
Absolutely.
And Chad was more affectionate with Lori than you'd seen him be with Tammy?
Yes.
From your observation, did it appear that they had an equal relationship, Chad and Lori?
Yes.
Were they both equally affectionate with each other?
Yes.
Did they both speak openly with you?
Yes.
It didn't appear one was controlling the other one?
I don't think so.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That'll conclude the testimony of this witness at this time. If she's here under subpoena, may she be released and excused from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
All right, Ms. Gilbert, thank you for your testimony here this morning. You can go ahead and be excused. The bailiff will help assist you out of the courtroom. All right, the state can call their next witness.
The state would call Todd Gilbert.
Solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, now that the witness is sworn, let me just inquire, Mr. Gilbert, did you listen to in any way or review any of the testimony that's occurred in this case since it started at trial?
No.
All right. While you're testifying, please talk right into that microphone. Please use an audible or verbal response to any question asked and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. That way we'll keep a clear record. With that in mind, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Todd Gilbert, and ToddGilbert.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And did you know an individual named Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Mainly, I knew that Chad was an author, wrote books, and when we moved into the area, we got to know him because of that reason. And of course, Tammy was his wife, and so that's how we got to know them.
And was there one of the two of them that you interacted with more often?
Yes, Chad.
How often would you see Chad?
At least once a week, sometimes in the yard, most of the time, at least once a week at church.
And I may have missed it, but did you indicate when you'd moved to into Chad's neighborhood?
Oh, it was March 2017.
Did you meet Chad and Tammy fairly soon after moving there?
Yes, it was within a week.
Did you see Chad outside of church?
Sometimes, not real often, maybe mowing his lawn or something like that most of the time.
And you indicated you knew that Chad was an author. Had you read some of his books before?
Yeah, read some of them, yes.
Did Chad ever discuss his religious beliefs with you?
Sometimes he did. Sometimes we talked mainly about the books that he had written, some of the stuff that he'd apparently, dreams and visions that he'd seen and how they related with some of the characters that was in his books.
And when you say characters in his books, was it your understanding those books were fictional?
Yes, he said they were fictional, patterned after his visions.
Did it appear that he was trying to teach you things or just share his beliefs?
At first, we was just sharing beliefs and just discussing his books. As time went on, he was pushing more that way towards teaching things towards the end there, or 2019.
And did the things that he was trying to teach you resonate with you?
If they were standard LDS church doctrine, it did. If they were not, I was kind of sitting on the fence. I don't know on that.
So you'd listen to him, but you didn't necessarily hold those
Right.
same
I didn't
beliefs.
say usually one way or the other.
Do you recall a time in approximately February of 2019 when Chad came to your residence?
Yes.
And do you recall him making any kind of a statement that stuck out to you?
Yes. He made the statement as he was leaving that he says, I don't know if I should tell you this or not, but I've seen a vision that Tammy's going to die and move on before her 50th birthday.
Did you happen to know how old Tammy was at that time?
I didn't, but I figured she was around 47, 48 area, I thought.
And at some point, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes. On the morning of October 19th, 2019, I would usually get up early in the morning and exercise. And so when I come upstairs at around 7 a.m., Chad's daughter had just called Alice to tell her that her mom had just passed on. And so that's when we found out about it.
Did you end up going to the Daybell residence that morning?
Yes, we went there around 8:15 to 8:30 area.
When you got to the residence, did you make any observations of Chad?
Yes, he seemed like he was businesslike, more so than someone had just lost their companion, his wife, and that things were all pretty well planned out, ready to go for the funeral.
Did that seem odd to you?
Yes, it did, because usually you're mourning more than that if your wife passes on as a surprise. Surprises you.
And you said you arrived there, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but around possibly 8:30 that morning?
Yeah, yes.
And so she had just been pronounced dead shortly before that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall Chad making any statements to you that day or having any conversation with him?
Yes, he referred to, well, I said to Chad that I'd forgot all about him telling us that she was going to die until it actually happened. And so I said to him, well, man, I guess it happened. And he says, yes, it did. He turned his back away from his kids that was there so they couldn't see him, and kind of whispered that to me, that he said that. And that's probably the biggest thing that I remember that day.
And when you asked, so I guess it happened, were you referring back to the vision he told you about that Tammy would die?
Yes.
And you said he turned away from his kids. Did he indicate if he'd ever shared with his kids that their mother was going to die?
He did say that he had never mentioned that to them, and I don't think that they knew it.
Do you recall if he told you anything regarding how Tammy had died?
He mentioned that she had got up about midnight, had a coughing spell, and threw up in the bathroom. And she went back to bed, and he had figured that she had died around 2 a.m. He mentioned to us that he thought she had an embolism, and that she'd passed away around that time, and that around 5:30, 6 a.m. that she had fell out of bed, and that he wanted Garth to come and help lift her back up upon the bed, and that she was already dead at that time.
And had you made observations of Tammy? Would you see her at church as well?
Yes.
Did you ever notice anything with regard to her appearing to have failing health?
No.
Did you make observations of Chad and Tammy together when you would see them?
Yes, when we first moved into the ward, they sat very close up to the front and was together as a family. As time went on, especially from first part of 2019, they would slowly moving back further towards the back. And so about June of 2019, they were almost clear to the back. They seemed like they were a little distant from each other from what we had noticed before. And that Chad was talking less to me about stuff. And that he just says that people that talked about preparation was kind of getting a little old, and so everybody's taking a break.
And on the morning of October 19th, 2019, did you end up leaving and coming back to his residence that day?
Which day was that again?
Oh, on October 19th, the day of Tamara's death.
Yes, we asked them if they wanted breakfast. So we went to McDonald's and bought breakfast for them and brought it back. And at that time, there was more people that had arrived from the ward to give their condolences. And so we just left the food on the kitchen cabinet, and Gar said that was okay. So, and then we left at that point.
At some point, did Chad talk to you about not staying in his residence, that he was going to move?
Yes, after we had been to the funeral in Springville, and it was the day after they had the memorial, he did mention to us that he couldn't stay there any longer. I thought that was a little odd, and that he had a friend in Rexburg on Pioneer Road that had an apartment that he was going to move into, and that this friend was not there very much. And so it would work out pretty good for him.
Do you recall if he indicated who the friend was?
He never did say a name.
And you attended Tammy's funeral in Springville, Utah?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of Chad at the funeral?
He actually seemed pretty up-minded. We was around the casket and looked at and seen Tammy in the casket and that, and around the family, and he didn't seem real sad. I thought, for some, your wife had just passed away 3 days earlier, and he seemed like he could handle everything okay. And then in the funeral, when he spoke, which personally I thought was odd too, because mostly people don't do that when their wife dies or spouse dies. And he did show some emotions, and he spoke for quite some time, I remember. And so, yeah, he did. I would say for your wife just dying, he did a pretty good job. So,
And when you say for his wife just dying, he did a pretty good job, would you have expected him to be more emotional?
yes, I would.
At some time after that, after you'd returned from Springville, did you end up reaching out to Chad?
Yes, I believe it was about 2 or 3 days after the memorial they had. Alice and myself thought, well, maybe we ought to call Chad, go see him, see how he's doing, see how he's getting along in that apartment all alone. And we thought we'd take him pizza. So we gave him a call, and he says, oh, no, I'll just come over and see you within an hour or so.
And he did not invite you to the residence that he was staying
No,
at?
he did not.
Did he, in fact, end up coming to your residence?
Yes, he came to our house about 6:30, I believe. Alice had just made some cookies, and so he was sitting there eating the cookies at the table.
And when he was there, do you recall him telling you anything?
Yes, he mentioned, we asked him how he was getting along. He said he was doing pretty good, and that he had a girlfriend, he told us, and he seemed like he was hesitant to tell us who it was. But then he mentioned that her name was Lori Vallow, and I thought to myself, well, I've heard her name before because I heard her on podcast speaking with Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao a couple of times. So I was familiar with her already. So.
And you indicated that this visit would have taken place 2 to 3 days after the memorial.
Yeah.
And the memorial was the day after her funeral.
Right.
And the funeral was 3 days after her death.
Yes.
So this is a week or a little bit more than a week after Tammy
Yeah, I
died.
believe it was probably the following Saturday or Monday.
And so about a week later, a little over a week, Chad was telling you that he had a girlfriend.
Yes.
Did he say anything about his girlfriend?
He said that she was beautiful and that that she was going to be his second half of his life, I guess, wife, you might say, and for his mission that was left on the earth.
And was Lori with him on that occasion?
No.
Did you end up meeting Lori?
Yes, Chad mentioned that Lori and a couple of friends that was with her was here in the area, and if we would like to meet her. And so we worked in the temple as officiators of Rexburg Temple, and he said that they would be in the temple that Tuesday afternoon doing some work, all 4 of them. And so would we like to meet her?
And did you in fact end up meeting her on that occasion?
Yes, about 5:30 when we were waiting in prayer meeting, Chad come up and tapped me on the shoulder, and we went out in the hallway, and there was Chad and Lori and Melanie Bedreau and another lady that I'm not sure who it was.
And did you speak with them for very long that day?
Probably no more than 5 minutes or so. We didn't have much time because our meeting was about ready to start.
Ms. Blake, sorry to interrupt. Can you wait just a second? We had a little technical issue we're going to sort out for a moment. It has been. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's. Okay, thank you. All right, apologies for the interruption. You can continue, Ms. Blake.
I'll turn my mic on. On a later date or on another occasion, did Chad and Lori come to your residence?
Yes, probably about 2 or 3 nights later, I can't remember, something like that. They both came to our home.
And did you have a conversation with them?
Yes, we spoke about how they were getting along and how things were going for them, and that seemed to be going good at that point.
Did you make any observations of their interactions with each other?
Yes, probably the biggest thing I noticed was that to me, it seemed like they were acting like a couple of teenagers that were first in love, and they were holding hands and sitting real close to each other, and Chad was rubbing her leg, and I just thought that was odd for your spouse just passed within a week and a half.
Had you ever seen Chad act like that with Tammy?
No.
Do you recall talking to them about their plans for a future together?
Yes, they mentioned that they would be returning to Hawaii to probably live permanently, and that Lori had lived there already in the past, off and on, and that he had a friend that wanted him to help write a book, and so that he was going to go over there and help write the book.
Did he indicate if Lori was going to go with him?
Yes, I think, yeah, yes.
Did they talk about wanting to get married in the future?
Yes, they were talking about that they would get married. The words that I remember is when Christ told them that they would get married, that they would.
And do you recall if there was any conversation regarding what had happened to Lori's spouse?
Yes, Alice was asking her, so you've been married before, and she did mention that she had had a husband and that he had died in December of 2018 of a heart attack of the other marriage.
And she indicated that he died in December.
Yes.
Do you recall any conversations or statements made regarding Lori's daughter?
Yes, we asked her if she had had any children, and she said that she'd had many, and that Chad spoke up and says that she had a daughter that just passed on. And so we didn't really ever get a straight answer of how many children she did have.
Did Lori correct him or say anything different when Chad mentioned she'd had a daughter that had passed on?
Not that I can recall.
And Lori never mentioned having a daughter living.
Not that I can recall.
Did either of them ever mention Lori having a minor son?
No.
Do you recall them coming to your residence on another occasion, a later occasion?
Yes, they made another visit before they left to go to Hawaii, and before they went to around Thanksgiving time, they were going to take Chad's family to Disneyland in California. And at that time, they mentioned to us that they'd got married, and that they showed us all of their wedding pictures.
Did you know they were going to get married?
Just from what they'd said earlier, that they would, one of them, one day. And of course, I understand they got married November 5th, and Alice talked to Emma on November 6th, and Emma told her that
I'll
she
object, Your Honor,
was
to
married.
hearsay.
That's a hearsay statement, so that any answer there will be stricken, not to be considered by the jurors, please. And Ms. Blake, you can ask another question.
Thank you. So Chad and Lori showed you their wedding photos when they visited you.
Yes.
And when did you say that visit took place again?
It was before they went to California on Thanksgiving time.
And that was in 2019?
Yes, 2019.
And you said they were taking Chad's family to Disneyland.
Yes, his married kids and the ones that weren't married, all of them that was there.
Did they ever mention taking Lori's kids with them?
No.
Did you ever see Chad and Lori with any children belonging to Lori Vallow?
No.
Did Chad ever tell you how his kids felt about his being with Lori?
I'll object, Your Honor. That question calls for hearsay from Chad's kids.
I asked if Chad told him, if Chad ever said how his kids felt.
Yes, the objection's overruled.
He mentioned several times that they were feeling good about it, that they were missing Tammy, their mom, but they felt good about Lori and moving on with her. He told us that several times.
Did Chad ever say anything about how Tammy felt or would feel about his relationship with Lori?
He did mention to me 2 or 3 times that she visited him in spirit and was fine with everything, and that her mission was complete on this earth, and that she was to move on, and that and comfort her kids, that they were fine, or that she thought it was fine.
And after that visit around Thanksgiving in November, did Chad ever return to your residence at a later time?
I can't recall for sure. They might have come before. They did. I know 2 or 3 times before they went to Hawaii permanently.
And when you say before they went, was that Chad and Lori?
Yes, Chad and Lori both.
So they visited your residence on a few more occasions?
Yeah, probably no more than 3 all total.
And then you indicated that was before they went to Hawaii?
Yes.
Or I think you said Hawaii permanently.
Yeah.
At some point after they'd gone to Hawaii, did Chad end up returning to your residence?
He did after Lori had been arrested and was brought back to Rexburg. He got back. He came to our residence a day or 2 after that.
And without going into the details of why he was there, do you recall a conversation taking place regarding his prior statement about Lori having a daughter that had recently passed away?
My Alice had asked him more about the kids, and I remember him commenting. She asked if Tylee, would be in college or whatever, or where she was at, and he said that she didn't really like him too much, and that she just kind of stayed away. That was about all that I remember of that.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. On cross, would you prefer to do that before or after lunch?
We can do it after lunch.
Okay. We'll go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time since it's a logical breaking point. We will go back on the record at approximately 12:45 and we can continue with cross-examination at that time.
All right, please.
All right, I think the jurors are already starting to get lined up. It looked like to be brought in, so we'll just remain standing. Apologies for the longer lunch break. We have a technical issue to sort out, but we're ready to bring the jurors in.
All right, please. Jurors up ready now for your
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. We just concluded the lunch recess. We did have a minor technical issue that delayed our restart for a few minutes. That's why we started later than we anticipated. At this time, then the state finished the direct examination of Mr. Gilbert. We're on to cross-examination at this time. So I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. And then is it Mr. Archibald that will conduct cross? All right, Mr. Archibald, you can cross-examine if you'd like.
Mr. Gilbert, you knew Chad and Tammy as their neighbor,
Yes.
and then you also attended church with them.
Yes.
And which church was that?
The Salem church there in the Salem area, Salem 3rd Ward.
Okay. And by ward, you mean which church?
It'd be the one that's just north of Rexburg, going down the Salem Highway. There's 3 wards that meet there, and it's a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Okay. And you've known Chad and Tammy Daybell since about March of 2017?
Right. Yes.
And you knew their children as well?
Yes.
And did you know Chad Daybell's name before he moved in?
Yes, I was familiar with his books, and I knew he was an author.
And what kind of books were they?
They were written as last day vision, things that were kind of like going to happen in the world in this area.
And did you like those kind of books?
Yeah, they were kind of interesting. Yeah.
Okay. And so you would buy his books, and they were supposed to be fiction.
Yeah, he said that they were based on fiction with mixed of some of the visions that he'd seen.
And so when he talked to you about this, he would say, my dreams and my visions are real, but then I put fictional characters with them and write a book about it.
Yes, pretty well. That's the way he would word it.
Okay. So did you think that he was making up his dreams and his visions? Was that the fiction part, or was the fiction part the names associated with his dreams and visions?
Mostly the names were all fictional in them. The situations were I took it as visions that he'd had, not mainly word for word, but, kind of, he would use that for the basis.
Okay. And would he talk to you privately about his dreams and visions?
Sometimes at church we would talk between meetings or something.
And did you believe that he was telling you the truth, or did you feel like he was full of crap?
I felt like that I didn't know for sure, or it hadn't happened to me like that. I thought, well, I guess it could have happened to him, but I wasn't 100% sure, put it that way.
Okay. And now, eventually, after getting to know you, he wrote a series with you in books. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And those books were called the Times of Turmoil series?
Yes.
And he wrote about a brother Gilbert. Would that be you?
Yes, that's what he said.
All right. And where does the brother come from?
In the LDS church, a lot of times people are called brothers and sisters, just addressed that way.
Okay. So you weren't really his biological brother.
No.
But in church lingo, he would call you Brother Gilbert.
Yes.
And these books, Times of Turmoil, what are they about with you in them?
They were about, he wrote 2 different series, and this was the second series, which is kind of updated, I guess, for the times that we were in. And they was pretty well the same type of series, just last days visions, things that's going to possibly happen. That's what he said.
And so when you read these books with your name in it as Brother Gilbert, was that flattery or was that an insult?
I would imagine I think it was flattery. He told me beforehand that he was going to have me in the book, so I knew it was coming.
Okay.
I think it was flattery.
All right. And he wrote good things about you in there.
Yes.
All right. He didn't insult you in any way.
Nope.
Okay, good. So with these books, did you then take that as this is not fiction, this is real life for Chad?
No, I feel that he thought a lot of that stuff was going to happen that way, and that's why he wrote it that way. So I would think he thought it was going to be real life for him.
And it was these times of turmoil was about the end of the days, end of the world.
Yeah. Yes.
And that bad things were going to happen, and then Jesus would come.
Yeah, thereabouts. A lot of minor stuff would happen before that Christ would come back.
Okay. And so you talked to Chad Daybell about these books. Were they successful?
I believe he sold them pretty good from what I know. Yes.
Who was his, if you know, who was his target audience in these books?
Mainly people that were in the preparation, I guess, for the things that's happening.
Getting ready for the end of the world?
I don't know if I'd say the end of the world, but preparation, being prepared.
So when you talk about being prepared, I mean, the general theme is when Jesus comes, that's going to be great. It's going to be good, right?
Yes.
So being prepared, are you talking about being prepared for bad things that come before the good things come?
Being prepared to be able to survive the bad things as they go along. If you're prepared, you'll be able to handle them a lot better than if you're not.
Okay.
But that took into account a lot of stuff like physical items and everything too.
Okay. So when we talk about seminars with preparing a people, when we talk about being prepared for Jesus coming, you're mostly talking about bad things that are going to happen before Jesus comes.
Some of the speakers spoke that. Some of them didn't. Some of them was on food preparation and items such as that. They didn't really get into real wild last days, things like that.
Okay. But isn't the theme of when Jesus comes again, it's going to be a good thing, not a bad thing?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said you also listened to podcasts about this. Can you tell us about some of those podcasts?
There's been several different podcasts in the past. I know that Lori was involved with the podcast with Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao that we started listening to off and on, and they interviewed Chad one time. And
Now, our podcasts, are they like on the radio or on the internet or on YouTube?
you could get them on the internet,
on the internet,
on a website.
So you would have to go looking for podcasts about certain topics.
Yeah. Yes.
And you and your wife would do this together?
Objection, Your Honor. I think I've waited a while, but I think this is beyond the, well, actually, I don't see the relevance of where we're headed here.
Relevance, Mr. Archibald.
Your Honor, he testified in direct. I'm following up on questions from the state of Idaho. I'm just going through what the state of Idaho elicited from this gentleman.
And Your Honor, if I may briefly respond.
Go ahead.
I think in response to a question, he indicated something about listening to one podcast. There was not further discussion on that. There wasn't discussion of multiple podcasts, how we got them, or anything along those lines.
All right, I'll allow a little bit of latitude here for you to keep going, Mr. Archibald. At some point, it needs to tie into relevance here. I'm concerned we're getting outside of relevant testimony.
So you mentioned a podcast about Jason Mao. Who is that?
He's a man in Arizona that was involved with the podcast. I don't know a real lot about him.
Is he the retired policeman who now is a motivational speaker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I think we're outside the scope at this point, Mr. Archibald.
You mentioned Melanie Gibb.
Yes.
The jury has heard from Melanie Gibb. Would that be Lori's friend?
Yes.
And do you remember anyone else on that podcast other than Lori Vallow?
No, just those three. And they would interview people sometimes. They interviewed Chad one time and we heard that.
Does the name Thor sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. So was it the same podcast involving Thor?
Yes, I believe. Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I have what's marked here as Defendant's Exhibit E. It's a podcast recording with Jason Mao, Thor, Melanie Gibb, and Lori Vallow. I've asked to introduce this exhibit to play to the jury.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I'm good right now. Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, we're back on the record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does happen where we need to hear a motion that would allow some argument that would be improper for you to hear at this point because it relates to evidence that may or may not be admitted. So for that reason, we are going to need to hear this motion at this point. I'll have you return to the jury deliberation room to wait while the motion is argued and heard. So we're not considering this a scheduled break. It's just a motion to take up to keep the evidence moving and have me make a ruling outside of your presence. So at this point, I'll have everyone rise for the jury and they'll retire to the room.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the defendant has made an offer of an exhibit, which is a recording of a podcast. It's offered as Exhibit E. There's been an objection from the state. We've appropriately determined to hear argument on the admissibility of this exhibit outside the presence of the jury. The court will indicate, I've been advised that the podcast is 1 hour and 49 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Archibald?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you intend to publish to the jury that entire hour 49 in the course of your cross-examination?
Yes.
All right. As a practical concern, if it's admissible, we can do that. I have not reviewed and don't know what the podcast has. So in order to, I think, lay an adequate foundation for me to consider that, I need a proffer from the defense about what is contained in this podcast recording that you believe would make this admissible evidence at trial.
And Your Honor, I apologize for interjecting, but before the defense does that, I would ask that the witness be excused then. My concern is the proffer from the defense may educate the witness who they're attempting to lay foundation through.
I think that's a good point, Ms. Blake. I think it would be appropriate then that Mr. Gilbert will have you wait outside while we take up this procedural issue, and then we'll have you return to the stand once it's been determined by the court. All right, Mr. Archibald, if you'd make a proffer regarding the contents of this podcast, and I'll allow for some argument. In addition, I'll allow response from the state. What is the podcast going to show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, this is an exhibit that was provided to us in discovery. It's dated November 4th of 2018. It's a recording. Melanie Gibb is the first speaker. She, from 0 minutes to 4 minutes, she introduces everyone and welcomes people to the podcast. There are people in attendance. She speaks for 4 minutes. Then a person by the name of Thor Furuseth identifies himself as a Native American Indian. He talks about his hard life and then finding God, finding Jesus. He speaks for the next 14 minutes. Then Jason Mao speaks for the next 13 minutes. He introduces himself as a retired policeman and now a motivational speaker. He talks about being down in the dump, so to speak, and then finding Jesus, and is now a motivational speaker. Lori Vallow is the next speaker. She speaks for 9 minutes. She introduces herself and talks about her former husband, Joe Ryan, abusing her children, and how finding Jesus and attending the temple helped her escape that scenario. It then goes back to Jason Mao, Melanie Gibb, Jason Mao, Thor, Lori, Zulema. So even Zulema is there, and she talks and asks questions. So it's a podcast that I believe this witness listened to, since he identified the names. He identified Lori Vallow, Melanie Gibb, Thor, and Jason Mao. They talk about their motivations. They talk about their beliefs. I think it would educate the jury in what the subjects of these podcasts are, would educate the jury, fill in some of the blanks they may have about these religious gatherings, these religious meetings. And so that is my purpose in admitting the exhibit.
And can you give me a little more information on how this would relate to proper cross-examination with this particular witness that's on the stand, Mr. Gilbert?
Mr. Gilbert testified through questions from the state that Chad Daybell had told him about dreams and visions, and that his visions were real, his books were fictional. He was teaching gospel topics, religious subjects, that he would listen to Chad, that he was a friend of Chad, and that they would talk about religious issues. Chad introduced Lori to the Gilbert family, and they had discussions with them. So it provides some background, some foundation into what the state has introduced in their case in chief.
All right, and as a final question, Mr. Archibald, then would it be necessary to publish the entire podcast? Is that what you want to do, all the witnesses on the stand? Is this something you have excerpts that you think are more relevant than other places that could be played, allowing the jurors to further consider that in deliberations?
The first 40 minutes, it is an hour and 49 minutes long. The first 40 minutes are distinct in that all four of the speakers identify themselves and their history. And then it repeats itself. Then with questions and more comments, then they all take turns responding to questions. So I would be okay, actually, Your Honor, with the first 40 minutes played rather than the whole hour and 49 minutes.
Okay, thanks for your responses, Mr. Archibald. At this point, then I'll hear argument and objection from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state objects for multiple reasons. One, this particular exhibit was not listed on the exhibit list provided to the state. I do recognize that this was provided in discovery. I believe it was recovered from an electronic device. However, based on what's been presented today, there was a lack of foundation. The witness simply testified about a podcast that he'd heard, identified some individuals he recalled being present. There is no indication that he was present to authenticate that the recording was true and accurate of what took place. He has not indicated the date or time that this podcast was made. He has not indicated a date or time of when he located or heard it. He has also not indicated the location where he found it or through what media he was able to hear it. In addition, it contains hearsay. There are 4 speakers identified. None of them are here today as witnesses, including Mr. Gilbert. The other witnesses' statements would be hearsay. In addition, it's been presented that there's statements of the defendant in there. It appears to be an attempt by the defendant to get statements in without taking the stand. Further, the purported reasons for the relevance include Mr. Gilbert talking about beliefs Chad Daybell shared with him. There is no indication or representation that Chad Daybell is on that podcast presenting any of his beliefs. It does not appear to be proper cross at all. Instead, if there is any relevance to obtaining the religious beliefs of these other individuals, I think they could be subpoenaed in by the defense or should have been. Further, there is simply no relevance of this. Mr. Gilbert just testifying that Chad shared some religious beliefs does not appear to open the door to then 4 other individuals talking about and or sharing their religious beliefs in a podcast. So for all those reasons, the state would be objecting to the introduction of this exhibit. And we would request, if the court was going to consider introducing this exhibit, that we take a recess for the state to review it. I recognize it's in the discovery, but given the fact that the discovery production in this case particularly has been very voluminous, and this was not highlighted as an exhibit until recently, we would just request time to be able to review it if the court were going to admit it.
Okay. Let me address a couple of those objections made by the state. First, I wanted to clarify, so the defense, I believe, indicated that as part of your exhibit list would be all of the state's exhibits. Is that correct, Mr. Archibald?
Yes.
And is this an exhibit that the state had at some point put on a exhibit list?
Are you asking me?
Either one of you. Is this on the state's exhibit list?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Archibald, was this disclosed as an exhibit or not? I thought I heard a representation that you thought it had been.
It was disclosed in discovery, but I don't think we put this on our exhibit list because we did not know that Mr. Gilbert was going to say what he said.
All right. I've considered the objections here. Here's how I'm going to rule on this exhibit. First, it was disclosed in discovery. It wasn't listed on the exhibit list. However, it was initially testified to by the witness, Mr. Gilbert. The court has to consider primarily Idaho Rule of Evidence 403, which is whether or not this would be more probative than prejudicial, or whether it could result in undue delay, wasting time, or presenting cumulative evidence, among other things in that rule. The courts considered that time of disclosure where it was revealed in discovery but not put forth as a specific exhibit. I will note that in weighing things out, the defense has offered very few exhibits up to this point. Of course, they're not in a case in chief yet, so that's to be expected. The witness himself may or may not be able to lay foundation for this. So if Mr. Gilbert recognizes this as the podcast or a podcast that he's previously listened to and can confirm that this seems to accurately represent that podcast that he previously has heard, then I think that would allow enough of a foundation for the court to consider the admissibility on that based on a foundation that's got to come next with the witness potentially laying the foundation. I'll overrule the objection that these may be comments of the defendant that somehow work against the Fifth Amendment right. There's been plenty of other statements introduced she's made during the course of trial where she still maintains her Fifth Amendment right. Statements made to other, and these are statements outside of the scope of that Fifth Amendment right in this prior broadcast. The proposal here is that this be edited down essentially to what's being heard as the first 40 minutes. In order to keep things moving at this point, what I am going to do is allow the initial publishing of it, the start of it, for the witness to see if a foundation can be laid for its admissibility. If we get to that point of admissibility and the foundation is laid, then because it's been disclosed in discovery, despite the objection procedurally, I'll allow the first 40 minutes to be published to the jury. However, I do want to be able to stop the recording at any given point over a more specific objection from the state to determine whether or not it'd be necessary to have a further in-camera review of the exhibit or review of the exhibit by the state, at least outside the presence of the jurors. So we need to be ready to stop it at any given point, either on me indicating that needs to happen or an objection made by counsel. So I'll provisionally allow for it to go forward to see if it can be admitted with foundation. The first 40 minutes may be published on that conditions I've indicated. So with that in mind, that will be my ruling on this exhibit. I do find I'll also indicate under 403 that the relevancy here does come in the fact that the state has specifically included as overt acts in the conspiracies the religious beliefs of the defendant here and the co-defendant. And because of the overt acts expressly stating religious beliefs to be part of that, I would find that the religious beliefs have been brought into the case and are relevant for the jurors to potentially consider. So that's the court's ruling. We'll have the witness return to the stand.
And
You can
Your
stop
Honor,
the initial broadcast, Mr. Archibald, and see if a foundation can be laid. Ms. Blake.
and Your Honor, I apologize, but I just wanted to make the record clear. The objection to the defendant's statement is not anything to do with the Fifth Amendment. It's based on the fact that statements of a party opponent are allowed. I do not believe that, and I believe the defendant is actually barred from introducing her own statements through recording. So if the court is going to allow it, we would ask the court to reconsider that part. I believe that she would be barred from introducing her own statements.
That may be the case, Ms. Blake, but I just don't know what the statements are. I think it somewhat depends on what those statements are, and I haven't heard this. So at that point, if there's a renewed objection when it gets to where she's going to make commentary, we may well have to stop, and I may have to review the recording. So to keep things moving, we'll start at that point. I'll keep that objection under advisement and further rule on that if it's brought up by the state. So that'll be my ruling on the objection to admission of the defense exhibit. We'll have the witness return to the stand, please, and then we'll have the jurors brought back in. Yeah. Plug his laptop in. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we can hold the jurors for a moment, please. In considering this, I apologize for the delay. The witness is on the stand. I think it would be more appropriate to move forward at this point with your foundational questions to see where we're at, and then we'll bring the jurors in so they don't hear any of it at all if it's not coming in through any foundation. So we'll keep the jurors held for a moment. If you can start playing that, Mr. Archibald, once you get a way to do that, and just long enough to ask some foundational questions for Mr. Gilbert.
Very good. Mr. Gilbert, I have what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E, and it's a recording of a podcast in November of 2018.
Objection, Your Honor. I think the defendant, or the witness would need to lay the foundation, not the defense. And the defense is feeding the information to the witness.
Okay, well, I will overrule that objection at this point, just for identification purposes of what this exhibit is, based on Mr. Archibald's proffer.
Do you remember exactly when you listened to a podcast involving Jason Mao?
Not for sure on the dates. I just know the year basically.
Okay. And what year would you guess?
2018, latter half of 2018, I believe is when they started.
Okay. And if you heard Melanie Gibbs' voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yeah, I think so.
Thor Furuseth, if you heard his voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yeah, I think so.
Jason Mao, if you heard his voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
And Lori Vallow, if you heard her voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
So I'm going to start this, and then I'll stop it and ask you some more questions, okay?
10 years ago, I had such a powerful spiritual experience because I had breakdown. And that breakdown led me to realize how much I needed to change my life. My heart needed to change. I was angry. I was frustrated. I had a lot of issues. And I didn't understand what it looked like to
Can you hear that?
Yeah. Yes.
completely be accountable for self. And so as I spent a little less than a year praying and praying and praying in my closet, something happened that was so marvelous that it changed my heart forever. And I was filled with love from the top of my head through my whole soul. And the love is so powerful that I knew Jesus Christ could do it all. I am a testament.
And Mr. Archibald, just so you will, I know you're attempting to lay foundation here. Please don't ask any leading questions that feed the information to the witness at all, and laying any further foundational questions for this exhibit.
Fire of his power.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
A change in hearts. I had a lot of pain. I suffered with a lot of pain. And when I started to feel that love, I knew there was something more that God had to offer me. And since then, I have wanted to share that message because I wanted everybody to take of it. And I believe that everybody can. It's just a decision of desire to want to, and to be willing to look in the mirror at yourself and not those around you. And when you're able to do that, everything changes, and the Lord will have love and mercy on you.
Mr. Gilbert, we've listened to 1 minute and 27 seconds of it. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that sounds like Melanie.
And did you hear something in the background?
Sounded like children or dogs or something like that.
And do you remember that?
I can't remember for sure, but it seems like, it's been a while.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I started a little bit writing. I just want to start with a little bit, and then I love hearing them speak. This is just a little part of a book that I started writing. It's something about a change of heart. I'm not sure what it's going to be called yet. But what I had learned from my experiences, this is a little part that I felt inspired to write one day. After going through all these things of being a victim, I had learned Melanie is a fighter and never gives up. Why?
Giving
that means
to
unhappy.
the continuing playing of this. I think we're trying to see if the witness could identify it, and I'd ask to be able to ask some questions in aid of the objection.
All right. If you have any further foundational questions, Mr. Archibald, you can do that, and then I'll allow the state to ask questions in objection.
I could play some of each of the speakers' voices if that would help the court meet the foundational requirement.
If you want to show or play for the witness just a brief excerpt of the speakers, ask your foundational questions, and then I'll hear additional argument and objection, if any, from the state.
And Your Honor, I would actually object to him hearing the additional voices and ask if I may conduct or dire native objection.
That's overruled. This is still just foundational for the witness. The jurors are not here. I'll allow Mr. Archibald to lay foundation.
So I've had some pretty cool experiences where I've had Heavenly Father get involved in my life. Heavenly Father is the most kind, loving father in the world. I've had experiences with Heavenly Mother. She is so incredibly loving.
Do you recognize that voice?
I believe it sounds like Thor.
The youth battalions. The Israelites were finally allowed to enter the cave, and Joshua was at the helm. And their first job, their first responsibility was to purge Jericho. And the scouts went out and they saw that there were these gigantic walls and they were monstrous warriors, and this was a very difficult task. And Joshua, who had been with Moses from the beginning, and was one of, I believe, 2 people allowed to actually enter Canaan because of that generation's disbelief.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yeah, it's Jason Mao.
It was designed to distract the kids, but
Jesus Christ is to wake up the women warriors, because I too have gone to the bottom edge, just like Thor. I'm a witness of his testimony. I'm a witness of your testimony. I too have seen the resurrected Jesus Christ, and he has told me my mission, and he has sent me to help people and lift them in their missions. And
Do you recognize that voice?
Yeah, Lori.
Your Honor, the witness has correctly identified the 4 voices for the first 40 minutes of this exhibit.
All right. The state, if you have any questions in aid of or in aid of your objection to the admissibility, you can at this time, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gilbert, have you ever met Melanie Gibb in real life?
Yes, once.
Only one time? Have you spoken to her on the phone?
Yes, we did once too, I guess.
Only once?
Yeah.
What about Thor?
No, never have spoken with him.
What about Jason Mao?
Just met him once for a minute, so.
And what about Lori Vallow?
Yes, a few times.
Have you listened to more than one podcast?
Yes.
Have you listened to other, do you know what date this podcast was made?
Not for sure. Latter end of 2018.
Were you present when the podcast was made?
No.
Do you recall what media or how you ended up hearing the podcast, what you listened to that through?
It was off a website, but I can't recall what it was.
Do you have any way to know if what you heard was altered in any way?
I guess it could have been, but I remembered it as I was hearing them, but
Have
that,
you
that
listened?
one.
Oh.
That one anyway.
And are you, just one. Do you recall the length of the podcast that you reviewed or that you had listened to?
Not for sure, but it seemed like they would usually go over an hour.
But you don't know the exact duration of that podcast?
No.
Do you have any way to know if this is in fact the exact podcast you listened to?
It sounded familiar, like I've heard it before. So
it sounded
but they had
familiar.
more than one, so I would think it'd be the same one, but I don't know.
Did you say they had more than one?
Yeah.
So you're not sure if this is the exact one?
It's one of them that I listened to, but they had 3 or 4.
Are you able to tell if this is a complete copy of what you would have listened to before?
I would think so.
Your Honor, the state would renew the objection for lack of foundation. We would also renew our objection regarding relevance. I think in listening to what as well as the objection for hearsay, the defense has represented that they are introducing this for the truth of the matter, and yet we have 3 individuals that are not here to authenticate the recording or their statements in them or be questioned regarding them. In addition, doing a quick search, and I know this is not binding on this court, but there is clear case law and there's multiple case law regarding a defendant not being allowed to present a self-serving statement. And even if there is a contention made, the state has opened the door by asking about earlier remarks. It doesn't allow for a defendant to introduce a self-serving statement. So the state would again object to any of these statements being introduced by Ms. Vallow. In addition, given the nature of the statements they intend to introduce by Ms. Vallow, we would object based on the fact that prior rulings have excluded those particular remarks. And specifically when Colby Ryan was testifying, there was certain evidence that has been excluded by this court that the defense is attempting to introduce through this exhibit as well. In addition, we were talking about beliefs represented by Chad Daybell. And again, Chad Daybell is not party or present during this recording. And so we would again renew the objection to it being presented to the jury.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake, for the argument. Mr. Archibald, if you'd like to make any final argument in support of the admissibility of this exhibit, you may.
Your Honor, I think sufficient foundation has been laid. I appreciate Mr. Gilbert telling us the truth that yes, he's listened to this, he's identified the voices, and I'm willing to just play the first 40 minutes rather than the whole hour and 49 minutes. I believe the state did open the door to this issue with Mr. Gilbert indicating through the state's case in chief that he had listened to podcasts. So I think I think the sufficient foundation has been laid. I think the jury should be able to listen to the first 40 minutes.
All right, the court's considered the objections here made by the state to the admissibility of proposed defense exhibit E. As a starting point, I do find that this witness has laid a substantial and significant enough foundation for that hurdle to be overcome on foundation, where he identified clearly at least 3 of the 4 voices here, recalls having listened to the podcast previously. The record before the court is that the defense received the exhibit through discovery from the state, so concerns about any alterations or other inaccuracies, I think, are overcome by that. And I'll note that any of these concerns can still be addressed by the state on redirect examination as well. In terms of the contents of this, the theory of this case has delved into religious ideology throughout. It's considered one of the charged overt acts in the indictment. It's been central to the case. There, even in this podcast, a material witness who's already testified on religious issues also included in this podcast. There have previously been recorded statements of the defendant, Vallow, introduced with the jail calls. The court can consider whether or not this is just simply not to be allowed as hearsay statements, but the court would note that under Rule 803.24, there is a general catch-all provision of the hearsay rule. And in this context, I don't see this as necessarily all being offered for the truth of what's being asserted in this podcast, but more to the theory of the state as it relates to the religious beliefs of the defendant in this case and how those play into the charged conspiracy. So for those reasons, I am going to overrule the state's objection. I'll allow for the exhibit E to be admitted, and that will just be for the first 40 minutes of that exhibit. So before it's provided to the jurors in deliberation, Mr. Archibald, we need to make sure it's just a single file on the thumb drive that they get and clip off the remaining part of that podcast that would not be published today. So that'll be the court's ruling outside of the presence of the jury. That will conclude the ruling on that matter, and we'll have the jurors brought back in, and you can publish at that time if you wish, Mr. Archibald.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I apologize. Before bringing the jurors back in, I think given the nature of what's being purported to be in the recording, I guess the state would just indicate we believe this may open the door for some introduction of some additional evidence that would have probably been considered 404B. But given the nature of the statements that it's indicated the defendant is going to make in this, I think that is going to open the door for the introduction of additional evidence, specifically regarding a prior husband of hers.
Okay, well, Ms. Blake, I guess 2 things. One door may open another, and that's part of how we're here, and I'll keep that in mind. And secondly, as I indicated, I haven't heard the recording. At some point, if the state feels it's necessary to renew an objection, I want to have the exhibit able to be stopped without delay, and I won't take any offense if a new or renewed objection is made at that point, Ms. Blake. So that's where we stand at this point. Let's go ahead and have the jurors returned, and you can continue with your cross-examination, Mr. Archibald.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, outside of the presence of the jurors, then we took up a motion to allow for the admissibility of an exhibit, which was Defense Exhibit E. The court did allow it to be admitted partially, which would be the first 40 minutes. And Mr. Archibald, if you'd like to continue with your cross-examination, you can do so.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Gilbert, this podcast that we just played portions of, you've been able to identify those voices?
Yes.
All right. And may the first 40 minutes be published to the jury?
Yes.
About 10 years ago, I had this powerful spiritual experience because I had a breakdown. And that breakdown led me to realize how much I needed to change my life. My heart needed to change. I was angry, I was frustrated, I had a lot of issues. And I didn't understand what it looked like to completely be accountable for self. And so as I spent a little less than a year praying and praying and praying in my closet, something happened that was so marvelous that it changed my heart forever. And I was filled with love from the top of my head through my whole soul. And a love is so powerful that I knew Jesus Christ could do it all. I am a testifier of his power of changing hearts. I had a lot of pain. I suffered with a lot of pain. And when I started to feel that love, I knew there was something more that God had to offer me. And since then, I have wanted to share that message because I wanted everybody to take it. And I believe that everybody can. It's just a decision of desire to want to, and to be willing to look in the mirror at yourself and not those around you. And when you're able to do that, everything changes and the Lord will have love and mercy on you. And so I started a little bit writing. I just want to start off with a little bit and then I'd love hearing them speak. This is just a little.
Okay, we're back on the record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does happen where we need to hear a motion that would allow some argument that would be improper for you to hear at this point because it relates to evidence that may or may not be admitted. So for that reason, we are going to need to hear this motion at this point. I'll have you return to the jury deliberation room to wait while the motion is argued and heard. So we're not considering this a scheduled break. It's just a motion to take up to keep the evidence moving and have me make a ruling outside of your presence. So at this point, I'll have everyone rise for the jury and they'll retire to the room.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the defendant has made an offer of an exhibit, which is a recording of a podcast. It's offered as Exhibit E. There's been an objection from the state. We've appropriately determined to hear argument on the admissibility of this exhibit outside the presence of the jury. The court will indicate, I've been advised that the podcast is an hour and 49 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Archibald?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you intend to publish to the jury that entire hour 49 in the course of your cross-examination?
Yes.
All right. As a practical concern, if it's admissible, we can do that. I have not reviewed and don't know what the podcast has. So in order to, I think, lay an adequate foundation for me to consider that, I need a proffer from the defense about what is contained in this podcast recording that you believe would make this admissible evidence at trial.
And Your Honor, I apologize for interjecting, but before the defense does that, I would ask that the witness be excused then. My concern is the proffer from the defense may educate the witness who they're attempting to lay foundation through.
I think that's a good point, Ms. Blake. I think it would be appropriate then that Mr. Gilbert will have you wait outside while we take up this procedural issue, and then we'll have you return to the stand once it's been determined by the court. Mr. Archibald, if you'd make a proffer regarding the contents of this podcast, and I'll allow for some argument. In addition, I'll allow response from the state. What is the podcast going to show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, this is an exhibit that was provided to us in discovery. It's dated November 4th of 2018. It's a recording. Melanie Gibb is the first speaker. She, from 0 minutes to 4 minutes, she introduces everyone and welcomes people to the podcast. There are people in attendance. She speaks for 4 minutes. Then a person by the name of Thor Furuseth identifies himself as a Native American Indian. He talks about
Witness return to the stand, please, and then we'll have the jurors brought back in. Yeah. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we can hold the jurors for a moment, please. In considering this, I apologize for the delay. The witness is on the stand. I think it would be more appropriate to move forward at this point with your foundational questions to see where we're at, and then we'll bring the jurors in so they don't hear any of it at all if it's not coming in through any foundation. So we'll keep the jurors held for a moment. If you can start playing that, Mr. Archibald, once you get away to do that, and just long enough to ask some foundational questions for Mr. Gilbert.
Very, very good. Mr. Gilbert, I have what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E, and it's a recording of a podcast in November of 2018.
Objection, Your Honor. I think the defendant, or the witness would need to lay the foundation, not the defense. And the defense is feeding the information to the witness.
Okay, well, I will overrule that objection at this point, just for identification purposes of what this exhibit is, based on Mr. Archibald's proffer.
Do you remember exactly when you listened to a podcast involving Jason Mao?
Not for sure on the dates. I just know the year basically.
Okay, and what year would you guess?
2018, latter half of 2018, I believe, is when they started.
Okay, and if you heard Melanie Gibbs' voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yeah, I think so.
Thor Furuseth, if you heard his voice, would you be able to recognize it?
I think so.
Jason Mao, if you heard his voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
And Lori Vallow, if you heard her voice, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
So I'm going to start this, and then I'll stop and ask you some more questions, okay?
About 10 years ago, I had such a powerful spiritual experience because I had a breakdown. And that breakdown led me to realize how much I needed to change my life. My heart needed to.
So for those reasons, I am going to overrule the state's objection. I'll allow for the Exhibit E to be admitted. And that will just be for the first 40 minutes of that exhibit. So before it's provided to the jurors in deliberation, Mr. Archibald, we need to make sure it's just a single file on the thumb drive that they get and clip off the remaining part of that podcast that would not be published today. So that'll be the court's ruling outside of the presence of the jury. That will conclude the ruling on that matter, and we'll have the jurors brought back in, and you can publish at that time if you wish, Mr. Archibald.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I apologize. Before bringing the jurors back in, I think given the nature of what's being purported to be in the recording, I guess the state would just indicate we believe this may open the door for some introduction of some additional evidence that would have probably been considered 404B. But given the nature of the statements that it's indicated the defendant is going to make in this, I think that is going to open the door for the introduction of additional evidence, specifically regarding a prior husband of hers.
Okay, well, Ms. Blake, I guess two things. One door may open another, and that's part of how we're here. And I'll keep that in mind. And secondly, as I indicated, I haven't heard the recording. At some point, if the state feels it's necessary to renew an objection, I want to have the exhibit able to be stopped without delay, and I won't take any offense if a new or renewed objection is made at that point, Ms. Blake. So that's where we stand at this point. Let's go ahead and have the jurors returned, and you can continue with your cross-examination, Mr. Archibald. I don't know how to do that. If you can figure it out. Okay. Yeah. If you can go through.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, outside of the presence of the jurors, then we took up a motion to allow for the admissibility of an exhibit, which was Defense Exhibit E. The court did allow it to be admitted partially, which would be the first 40 minutes. And Mr. Archibald, if you'd like to continue with your cross-examination, you can do so.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Gilbert, this podcast that we just played portions of, you've been able to identify those voices?
Yes.
All right. And may the first 40 minutes be published to the jury?
Yes.
About 10 years ago, I had this powerful spiritual experience because I had a breakdown. And that breakdown led me to realize how much I needed to change my life. My heart needed to change. I was angry, I was frustrated, I had a lot of issues. And I didn't understand what it looked like to completely be accountable for self. And so as I spent a little less than a year praying and praying and praying in my closet,
I basically have won the lottery. If I pass the test, when I go back on the other side of the veil, all that the Father has will be given to his sons and daughters. I found the fountain of youth. My spirit goes on for eternity. I'll never die. My spirit will keep going and passing the tests and becoming to salvation. I will have pure joy. No more Satan. So as I see all of these things come in front of me, I'm like, Father, I want to pass my tests. I know that everyone has different tests. But I know that we need to understand these tests because it's exactly what I signed up for this exact time, on this exact mission. And if I pass these tests, all these amazing things are coming. And I want to be part of your team because you created it. Satan, he's here for opposition. He can bruise my heels, but he can't crush my head. So many times that I was about to have huge blessings on my life, and Satan's so good with the natural man that he could just throw a party here, and throw this here, and throw this there, and detract me from getting this amazing blessing. And that was part of his plan, was to stop us from getting this full exaltation, all this joy. But you can't hurt me anymore. Now that I know how you do this, and now I know you do this, and how you do this, you cannot hurt me anymore. Stand behind me. I don't want you in my life. I know that you're going to try to impact people around me. I know you're going to throw darts, but that's okay. You know what? I'm on this side. I've stood in rooms where people are sitting there, and family members that are angels that have came into the room, they whisper in their ear, and I see their spirits evolve a little bit more. I love to stand in the room when an angel comes in the white silhouette. When they enter the room, all light drives out all darkness. No evil spirits are allowed in the room, and those angels literally can move heaven and earth and shake plans up like you wouldn't believe. After seeing some of the different angels of different things going on, I want to pass my test, and I want to be one of the angels that's able to come in and to help my family members out and the people around me, and just to literally come in and bam! Then no darkness can be in the room where the light just shatters everyone. That's what I want to be. My message as a testimony of these things. I've had several near-death experiences, but I've made it, and I'm on this side today. I promise you that our journey is very real, and our eternal spirits are counting on it. As you see the battlefield around you, choose to be the one that's walking forward and not getting distracted by the evil spirits or fear and chaos. There is 3 voices that you will hear as you're on your journey. When the heavens are speaking to you, they are very clear, confident, and loving. Try it this way. Do it this way. They already know everything about you. They already know what to do. They know the plan. The human mind will evaluate things where it's like, should I or shouldn't I? I'm not quite sure. To my understanding this far on my journey, this is what I do. And the longer you're on your journey, the more you see it, and the more Satan, whenever he's in the room, I can always feel the energy because there is chaos, drama, fear, destruction. He's always destroying. So you can always see who's been in the room. You can just feel like a negative energy. It's just, I feel very, very grateful to be a witness of, to be able to feel the energy of a room and then to see some of the things going on where I'm able to relay that back to others. So I hope the spirit that is felt tonight, where you felt that message, that I'm not the kind of person that would ever fib about something like this. This is very real, and it's awesome. God's plan is perfect. Every single thing that you are going through is real, and whether it's making you a warrior or more of a kind and loving person, all the people involved are just rooting you on. You've got family members that are around you. You've got guardian angels. You've got, your spirit is a lot stronger than you even know. When you signed up for the mission, I mean, you were already a mature spirit before you even came to Earth. There's 3 levels of the celestial kingdom. So anything you didn't know yesterday, that's fine. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be a blue curtain that's going to come up, and it's going to be a brand new day. And anything you didn't do right yesterday, you get a whole new chance today. It's like, all right, today I'm going to do it differently. And every single day you do it differently, and then you pass the test, and you're like, all right, moving on. I'm just marching down the field, and I'm passing my tests. And even the bad experiences in life, you start to see some of the people around you, like friends or family, that are having struggles with those tests. But because you went through them, you have empathy for them, and you look at them, and you're like, hey, try it this way, maybe this way. You are able to give somebody light that they couldn't see it themselves. And once you plant that seed, and the big puzzle goes up in front of you, and it's like boom, 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 all the pieces start to come together, then all of a sudden you see it, and it's there, and you want others to see it. So I love coming to events like this because every person that speaks, you're able to take a little piece of part of their journey, and you can see how God worked in their life, and it's like, wow. And then you can see it through their spiritual eyes, and so I hope that made a difference in your life tonight by some of my experiences. And if you have some questions for me later on or whatever after these guys talk, then I'll be here until probably about 8:30. So thank you so much. My name is Thor Michael Furseth, and I appreciate your time tonight and letting me be part of your life tonight. I say that in Jesus Christ. Amen.
I'm here first. I'm going to split all that. You don't have to be the star of the show.
You bring it on something. The Israelites finally allowed to enter the cave, and Joshua was at the helm. And their first responsibility was to purge Jericho. And the scouts went out and they saw that there were these gigantic walls and there were monstrous warriors, and this was a very difficult task. And Joshua, who had been with Moses from the beginning, and was one of, I believe, 2 people allowed to actually entertain him because of that generation's disbelief, he gathered the warriors of Israel together, and he said, sanctify yourselves, because on the morrow, the Lord will do wondrous things for you. We have been given a timeline by the prophet of God to sanctify ourselves. Last week he said, eat your vitamin pills and get plenty of rest. Because things are going to get very, very exciting. He said it this year and next year, things are going to get very, very exciting. Now the prophet of God, if you have ears to hear, gave us a timeline. This year and next year, things are going to get very exciting. It is time for us to sanctify ourselves. The waiting is over. The questioning is over. It's time for you to pick a side. And Joshua continues on in his little instruction with the Israelite warriors, and he says, but as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. That is the decision that I made a while ago. And I had to travel a very, very hard road to get to that point. I grew up in the church, but I was not a very good one. I could sure talk the talk, I could sure walk the walk. Went on a mission and all that stuff, but I hadn't had my conversion process. Carried on with my life. You guys most of you know my story. For those of you that don't, very quickly, I've been a soldier or police officer my entire life. 6 months after I got home off my mission, I joined the Army, and it's all I've ever done. And I've been all over the world, and I've seen some pretty cool things, and I've done some pretty cool things. And I was wounded very severely in the line of duty back in 2013. I was in a fight with a drug dealer in a dark alley, which is me now. And I was wounded so severely that I lost the ability to walk. It took me about 3 years to learn to walk again. At that time, my wife left me. I got no support from the police department. They said it was a pre-existing condition. I wounded myself. I came to work and worked a 10-hour shift as a cop. And so when it was all said and done, I was homeless, crippled, unemployed, broke, and divorced. All at the same time. And so you get to that point where there's nothing left in your life, and you have to make a choice. And I chose victory and fought my way out of it hand over hand. Found love again, rebuilt my life, rebuilt my finances, was honorably medically retired from the police department because I refused to give up. And I went to the Lord and I said, look, I thought we were good. You know, for the first 30 years of my adult life, I was this guy. You know, I was the sheepdog. I got between the wolves and the sheep, and I was really good at what I did. And I liked what I did. Like jumping out of airplanes, kicking in doors, you know, fighting match house football with, you know, drug dealers and you know, traveling all over the world and just doing good deeds for other people. That was me. And I'm only good at a few things, and that was it. That was one of them. And I thought we were good. I thought Heavenly Father and I had this deal. I would do this, He would make me good at this, and I would just keep doing this. And so when I lost everything, including my ability to be the sheepdog, and everything that I needed in my life to make it possible for me to be the sheepdog, everything gone. I was convalescing in my mom's sewing room on a child's daybed, is where I ended up. I went from being a SWAT cop to an invalid, like that. And so I went back to Heavenly Father and I said, look, I thought we were good. I thought we had this agreement. You know, I was this guy, and this was what I was supposed to do. And in his way of answering my prayers, which He answers all of us specifically for how we need to hear it, He said, no, I allowed you to survive all of that so that you can do this now. This is your job now. So my job now is to wake up that warrior spirit inside of us, to help us become who we were destined to become, and to help who's ready to hear put themselves on that path of greatness, that path of destiny that we have. Many of us have been preordained to do very, very amazing things here on this earth. I heard a quote from Winston Churchill, and I actually printed it down. I wanted to bring it because I thought it was very applicable for what I'm talking about today. See if I can find it here real quick. Winston Churchill, during the height of World War II, was trying to inspire the British people. Most of you know the story about the Battle of Britain and how they were being almost overrun by the Nazis. To every man there comes, and I say man, I mean mankind, to every man there comes that special moment when he is figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a special thing unique to him and fitted to his talent. Not in a general sense, but specifically for that person. What a tragedy if that moment finds him unprepared or unqualified for the work, which would be his finest hour. Can you imagine having to stand in front of Heavenly Father and account for what you've done, knowing fully that you were given this special job that only you could do. This would have been your finest hour. You at that moment in time would have been the most important thing in his kingdom. Because you and only you could have accomplished this mission. And you failed it. Because you didn't take the time to figure out who you are. You didn't sanctify yourself. You didn't prepare yourself. You didn't trust in our Heavenly Father. You didn't act like a warrior. There's only one reason why you're on this earth right now, because you were a warrior in heaven. You were prepared in the pre-existence for this moment in time to come down on this earth and to face Satan in open warfare because of how valuable you were in the pre-existence. President Nelson 6 months ago looked your children in the eye and called them the Lord's Youth Battalion. He was very specific. President Nelson doesn't just use words. Okay, he is a very intelligent man, and every word that he uses is thought over and considered. And he used a military formation to describe what he means now. A battalion of youth. Now, we have an example of this in scriptures. Before, there was a group of young men that were called to serve. And we all know this story, or most of us know this story. What are we talking about here? Stripling warriors, right? Now, if you have ears to hear, what did the president of the church, the prophet of God, just call our children? The modern day stripling warriors. He's calling for his battalions, his youth battalions. If they are the modern day stripling warriors, if you have ears to hear, what did he just call us, the parents of these children? The mothers and fathers that prepared those stripling warriors for combat. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual combat. What is our responsibility as the parents of these stripling warriors? To prepare them for combat on all four of those fronts. The stripling warriors in the Book of Mormon did everything to exactness. They didn't come to camp and learn how to do everything to exactness. They showed up that way because of what their mothers had taught them, because of how the examples their fathers had shown them. If you have ears to hear, you have been called to the work. You have been enlisted in the Lord's army to train the youth battalions and prepare them for combat, mental, physical, emotional, spiritual. And if you are not prepared to do that, then it's time for you to sanctify yourself, to cleanse the inner vessel. Because it doesn't matter what you want to do in this world, if you don't have that personal connection with our Heavenly Father, if you are not prepared, like President Nelson said, to receive personal revelation in your life, then you will not survive spiritually. Those are his words. And if the parents of the stripling warriors, the modern day stripling warriors, cannot survive spiritually, where are these children going to learn to fight? Are they going to learn it from school? Are they going to learn it from the government? Are they going to learn it from entertainment and from their cell phones? This world has been designed to destroy them. Everything in this world has been designed to distract them away from this most important job. As President Nelson described, the single most important job on this earth is to prepare this earth for the second coming. Everything your child does, participates in, listens to, goes to, everything is designed to distract, to destroy them. Satan has prepared this battle space for 6,000 years. And every ambush, every trap, every choke point, every kill box, every attack point on this battle space that your children are under, he has prepared this for hundreds, if not thousands of years. We didn't wake up one morning and just have a problem with pornography. This is something that has been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years to attack the soldiers before they ever get onto the field. We didn't just wake up one morning and have a problem with multiculturalism or having a hard time even defining the difference between man and woman. This is something that he started in motion to destroy this generation because he knows who we are. We faced him in battle before, each of us, specifically, hand-to-hand combat, or we wouldn't be here. If we weren't the most valiant in the pre-existence, he wouldn't have even brought us here at this time. Some of you literally put your hands on evil and walked them out of heaven. And that is why Heavenly Father trusts you so much. And that is why Satan pushes down so hard on you, because he knows exactly who you are and exactly how powerful you are. Now, a warrior looks at that, a civilian would look at that and go, oh, woe is me, look how difficult my life is. Oh, I'm broken, I'm unemployed, oh, this is horrible. A warrior goes, hey, I'm going to wear this content like a badge of honor. That tells me exactly who I am. If Satan has focused so much energy on me, that is a testament. That is a witness to you about how important you are and how powerful you are, and how dangerous you are to his plan. That is how a warrior looks at things. Now, the prophet of God has called for his words. He has sounded assembly. He has blown the trumpets and beaten the drums. It is time to become who you are. It's time to wake up, shed off the earthly man, move up from the telestial to the terrestrial state. Do not be led, but lead. That is why you are here. That is who you are. When you feel that inside of you, when you hear that, and you feel that burning inside of you, that is the captain's call. That is the trumpet to assemble. That is your warrior spirit rising up inside of you. Don't deny it. Don't fight against it. Embrace it. Accept who you are. And move forward with it. My name is Jason Allen. I go all over the country and I motivate people. I inspire people to greatness. And if you guys have any questions about this stuff and the process that I went through to get to this point, I would love to answer them to you. Thank you.
Jason, I love everything that Jason says. So,
Your Honor, I'm going to renew our objection and ask to approach.
Okay, thanks, Counsel. All right, thank you, Counsel. After the sidebar, there's a continued objection. The court needs to make an in-camera review of this next part of the podcast before it's published to the jurors. I understand that it's approximately 10 minutes worth of audio. I'll be listening to that. We'll take a mid-afternoon break so we can do that. I'll advise the attorneys at the end of the break whether we want to put further rulings on the record before the jury returns or do that after the jury's returned. But for that reason, we do need to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. So we will take that break and let you know when we're ready to rejoin.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 22-21-1624. We took an afternoon recess. The court also reviewed in camera that portion of the podcast that's at issue. The state's raised an objection. I did review I believe it's about 8 or 9 minutes of the podcast on the break. And just to confirm, this would be the portion of that podcast where the defendant is making statements. And Mr. Archibald, is it the defense intention to introduce that part of the podcast as part of the evidence in the case?
Yes, Your Honor, we believe that it explains what this witness listened to without playing the entire hour and 49 minutes. We believe the first 40 minutes is relevant.
All right. And what's the objection from the state to that remaining part of this podcast that we haven't heard yet where the defendant is speaking?
And Your Honor, the objection on that, well, there's several objections. One is we still don't believe it's relevant. Again, I think any religious matters that have been talked about, and specifically through this witness, already the podcast has not addressed those and is not in accordance with those. We don't believe the next ones that are purported to be presented by the defense would comport with any of that, either to be relevant, that would be on the scope of direct. While a podcast is mentioned, I don't think the scope of direct would cover all content of a podcast simply because it's mentioned, or there was not significant testimony regarding that. And then specifically to the portion that we are at now, I think case law is clear. Looking at 2 Ninth Circuit Court cases, both Cisneros v. Paramo, which is 2015 U.S. District Lexus 168978, and also U.S. v. Singh, and that's a 2021, U.S. District Lexus 1572220. Those are both Ninth Circuit courts that hold a similar or make a similar finding, essentially that a defendant in a criminal case may not introduce hearsay evidence for the purpose of testifying while avoiding cross-examination. And then also looking to U.S. v. Marin, we're getting the citation right now, that is 669F273, and it is a Second Circuit Court of Appeals case. And the language out of that case as well, when a defendant seeks to introduce his own prior statement for the truth of the matter asserted, it is hearsay and it is not admissible. When the defendant offers his own statement simply to show that it was made rather than to establish the truth of the matter, the fact that the statement was made must be relevant to the issues in the lawsuit. In looking at this case, the state is aware of the content of the recording. We were able to locate our report on that since we did not know until just before it was introduced that there was going to be an attempt to introduce it. We've been able to locate our report and at least review that. The statements absolutely, in the state's opinion, would fall under hearsay. We do not believe that they meet any exception. I think they would be excluded under 801D2. They do not meet any exception. They could... Party statements can be introduced by the opposing party, but a party is not allowed to introduce self-serving statements simply to avoid the potential for cross-examination. These appear to be self-serving statements that would be used by the defense in trying to make an argument regarding that. So for those reasons, we believe that this should not be allowed in. Further, we would argue that if the court is inclined to grant the admission of this, that it would open the door for the state to introduce some additional evidence that has previously not been introduced and would most likely be considered 404B evidence, including statements and the circumstances surrounding the death of Joe Ryan, as well as address any allegations that may be made in the recording regarding Joe Ryan by the defendant.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. And to be fair to the state, I know you're reviewing a report on what's said here. And I guess the issue I'm kind of zeroed in on at this point before I make a final ruling is the question of whether or not this section of the podcast does in fact contain self-serving statements. Because I listened to the podcast and I guess I'm not entirely sure that what I've listened to comports with the information you've got in the report there. There was no mention whatsoever of Joe Ryan in that section. The defendant talks about religious beliefs and where she believes things are headed based on her religious views. And I carefully considered whether or not that would be a self-serving statement. I do agree with the state that the case law is pretty clear on the issue of introducing a previously recorded self-serving statement not being admissible. That is not an admission against a party opponent, so it doesn't fall outside of that 801 exception. What we have here, as I listen to it, it does not appear to me to be expressly self-serving in nature. It talks about her espousing certain religious beliefs. We looked at some of the case law about what is a self-serving statement. There's the State versus Ogden case, which is 526 P3rd Idaho 1013. It talks about a self-serving statement, and that's a factor to be weighed, whether it's a product of reflective thought rather than a spontaneous reaction. There's other case law clearly that self-serving declarations of defendants coming to court by way of hearsay, not subject to cross-examination, it shouldn't be permitted. That goes back to a 1949 case, State versus Baldwin, 69 Idaho 459. And so, first of all, on the question of relevancy, that State versus Ogden case, again, 2023 case, talks a little bit about what is relevant evidence and says relevant evidence is admissible unless the rules or otherwise in the courts of the state provide otherwise, and talks about whether it goes to a fact of consequence. And it says whether a fact is of consequence or material is determined by its relationship to the legal theories presented by the parties. And in this case, the court would note that right in the overt acts of the indictment, there are allegations about espousing religious beliefs during the very time frame that this podcast is purported to have been made that are the subject of the conspiracy counts. So I do find that it brings up a relevant issue in the case. Further, in considering whether or not there's a hearsay issue, again, in listening to it, I haven't found what I think are clearly self-serving declarations that relate directly to any of the theories in this case of what's been charged in the indictment. I don't believe that these are tailored declarations or statements that would tend to be exculpatory in nature, for example, that could have previously been thought through by the defendant in making the statements. And so upon all that consideration, I think it's number one, relevant evidence for the jury to consider. Number two, I don't think it falls outside of the scope of what's permitted under the or not permitted under the hearsay rules, because I don't find it to be a self-serving declaration. And so with that, what I reviewed, which is the last remaining portion of this podcast that goes right up until about the 40-minute mark on it, I am going to allow that final part of the podcast that contains the statements of the defendant to be published to the jury, and I'm going to overrule the objection of the state and allow that to be played for the jury to consider. So that'll be the court's ruling. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time then and have that part of the podcast published. Mr. Archibald.
All right, please. Jury's operator, the count for your honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Archibald, based on the court's previous ruling, your exhibit's been admitted, and you can publish that remaining part that will be provided to the jury for evidence.
Very good. Thank you.
Let's be really quick so you guys can ask some questions. I am a witness of Jason Vallow. I'm a witness to everything that he said. I get but to what he says about what the prophet says and about what the Lord is telling us and about the warrior spirit inside of us. Right? My job, according to Jesus I too have seen the resurrected Jesus Christ, and he has told me my mission, and he has sent me to help people and lift them in their missions. And so I testify about that warrior. That's what I feel like too. When Jason starts talking, I just start talking my head. I love to hear him speak. We go through. I'm just a normal person that grew up in the church, grew up in Southern California, went to Utah, went to BYU, did all those things, right? But my life turned bad. It turned really bad. And like I said, I wanted to give up. And like where I was ready to go to the other side. Like, this is way too hard. I didn't sign up for this. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be out of here. I didn't want to kill myself. I wanted to pray and have the Lord just take me. Like, as a sweet mercy, just take me. Done. Kind of, I'm out of this game. And he showed me myself as a warrior in the pre-existence. As a warrior, like a beast. Like, I fought with Satan. He hates me. I did all these things. And so he showed that to me so that I would come. I was like crying in the temple all day long in this lesson room, bawling my eyes out. People coming, like, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. This is her crying all the time. But he showed me so that I too could be the warrior that he sent me here to do. And do I want to go back and say, I can't do this, it was too hard, I didn't do it? No, none of us want to go back and do that. We came here to fight this war, and what I know directly from Jesus Christ, and angels from on high God come to minister to me. Okay? The time is now. This war is on, and it has started. And what Jason gave us about a timeline is accurate, true, and correct. These things will start happening in the next 2 years, and things are going to change, and we need to be ready for that change. And how we do that? We sanctify ourselves. We turn our lives completely over to Christ, and we let him build the warrior from within. And I will say that in the name of Jesus Christ. You may say, ask questions.
No, you can see I like them. Yeah. It's right. We ran into each other.
Why can you tell us about this, given that you are here to empower one? Whoever Jesus Christ sends to me. So I pray who he wants me to go to, and he sends people to me through various means. A lot of times at the temple. So that's the story of Jason and I. So I have some women that I know. That's obvious. Jason, I was sent to the temple on a certain day that there would be a message for me from Angel Moroni. On a certain day, go to the temple on this day. And I went to the temple on that day, and it's fully expecting the Lord to send me a messenger because that's what he told me. So I went to the temple, and we had gotten the initiatories, and I went to the celestial room, and I was with my friend who was also with me and aware that we were waiting for a message from the angel room. And Jason Mel walked into the celestial room. I didn't know who he was, although we had been in the same Lord before a long time ago. He walks in, and my friend goes, "Oh, that's that guy who writes books about Moroni." And I was like, so my thinking spirit is just like burning within me, right? Like my whole spirit is just like burning. I'm like, oh, we're gonna have to go talk to them. Oh, I hate to go talk to people I don't know. And not like just walk up to people, interrupt them in this celestial room while they're just pondering and those things. So I just looked at guys. So I told the Lord, I said, if we're supposed to talk to him, they can come talk to us. You send him to us. We're supposed to talk to him because I like going to men in the celestial room and just go hi, whatever. So I didn't talk to him, but he did recognize Nicole, who he knew was my friend. So as he gets up to, and it was super funny because we went in and we sat in this celestial room, and we never sit on that side. And then we're sitting in this chair, and the spirit told me, like, move to the couch. All right, I'll move to the couch. Like, I don't know why it's making a difference. I'll move to the couch. Like, not that I'm not used to hearing these things already. I don't know why, right? So I just moved to the couch. And Jason had walked just like past us on the couch and sat right next on the chairs next to us. So he got up to leave, and he didn't know why he got sent to the temple that day, but someone had sent him to the temple that day. So he felt like he saw that part. But he sat up, and we got up to shake his hand, and I'm like, hi, and you have a message for me from Moroni. So he was probably thinking, what is this crazy lady? And we started talking. And I got to hear his story and that kind of stuff. And then at the end of that, he's like, well, I need to get used with some like-minded people. I said, the Lord sent me. I'm supposed to find these women that he sends me to, or sends them to me. And he said, he sent me to know me. Good job. And that is how Melanie and I met. And he sent her my information. She emailed me that day. She said, I'm doing a class on this Thursday. You should come. It's at the church. I was like, hey, so I'm like, oh, so far away. Okay, Heavenly Father, like, I've got to get a babysitter. I've got to do all these things. She just wrote me Melanie, and I did. And then I saw her, and I knew that she was one of the women that I was supposed to be involved with. And so so, and she gave up and she saw me, and she gave her a little talk, and it was so cute, and I loved it, and then someone else got to speak, and she walked out to the culture hall, and I was like, oh, Lauren. But I talked to her, and we were instant sisters because we knew each other before, and that's how the Lord works. So he's dedicated to people, he's building his army, and he is calling people, and he is calling people to do certain missions that he needs done right now. Like it has already begun, and he is calling people to do these missions, and they're to go forward in faith. And this is what he tells you. This is how the Lord works. He doesn't tell you exactly what you're going to do. He said, "Go forward, and I will tell you exactly what to do." So every day, I say, "Who do you need me to be? What do you need me to do?" And I sent all these women. They just come, and I'm able to share my experiences with them and share what the Lord has told me specifically about myself. And sometimes he gives me messages for them to help them in what their missions that they promised they would do before they came to this earth. And stuff they are experts at. And I love that one about Jason said because, and what Laura says, we signed these contracts because we knew what we would be doing. We knew exactly what we would be doing. And the time is now to do those things that we promised that we would do. So that's for your question.
She's actually the third person that this is happening.
All right, Mr. Archibald, to make clear on that exhibit also, what can you mark for the record the point at which you've stopped the publishing?
39 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay. We will ensure then when the exhibit's delivered to the jurors for deliberation, should they wish to review it again, that only that portion of this audio recording is supplied in the exhibit itself.
Given the time, Your Honor, I have a few follow-up questions. Should we keep proceeding or should we start again tomorrow?
Your Honor, I would ask, oh, sorry, I was going to say, I would ask if at all possible that we proceed forward. We had this witness stay over and have already had to rearrange travel arrangements a couple times if it's at all possible.
Okay, why don't we continue through this witness then, Mr. Archibald?
So just to clarify, that was a podcast that you listened to in November of 2018?
Yeah, whenever that date was, but I remember hearing it before once.
Okay. And the voices were Melanie Gibb, is that right?
Yes.
And Thor Furiseth?
Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Yes.
And Jason Mao?
Yes.
And Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose for listening to a podcast is to get lifted up, to feel good about what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And what we listen to, would that be considered mainstream LDS belief?
Probably most of it, but not all of it.
Some of it was starting to stray?
Yeah, a little, yeah.
Okay. And when you would talk to Chad Daybell about his beliefs, was he also always mainstream or was he starting to stray?
He was starting to stray too.
When Chad told you that Tammy Daybell visited him after her death, do you recall when that was?
No, there was more than once. He just kind of mentioned it in passing that the kids were feeling okay because Tammy had visited him in spirit form and said that she was doing okay and that everything would be okay. I can't remember.
Okay. And did you believe Chad?
I wasn't sure. I haven't had it happen to myself, and at that point I didn't really doubt him. So I guess it could have done. Is how I looked at it.
Okay. And just one last question. You talked about I just thought it was funny. Does where you sit in church does it have an indication of your spirituality?
Well, not really. It's just, I don't know, some people sit closer to the front, some sit to the back.
I think you said, yeah, the Daybell family, they started to sit close to the front and then they had moved to the back. So I was wondering what that meant to you.
Well, it seemed like maybe they were trying to hide a little bit. I would think from the way they were before it wasn't that they were, I guess, more sinners or not, but.
So if you want to hang out with the sinners, you sit in the back of the church.
Well, not always.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Blake, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Gilbert, could you tell if Chad Daybell was on that recording?
I don't believe that I recognize his voice.
Did you recognize the voice of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Are you aware, and you were asked about an individual named Thor, and then Melanie Gibb and Jason?
Would you state that?
Oh, you were asked about individuals named Thor,
Okay.
Melanie Gibb, and Jason,
Mm-hmm.
and you could hear them on that recording?
Yes.
Are you aware if any of their children were found buried on Chad Daybell's property?
None of them that I'm aware of.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. Then, if he's here under subpoena, can he be released and excused at this time?
We would ask that he be released, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Archibald, any objection?
No objection.
Okay. That'll conclude your testimony then. The bailiff will help assist you out of the courtroom, and we'll just have you wait a moment, if you will, and we'll just okay, thank you. That'll conclude the proceedings for today then, and we will commence again with additional testimony tomorrow morning at 8:30. All rise for the jury, please.
All right.
Okay, y'all. Son, that's fine. Like I said, just make sure that to put your YouTube name in the subject line so I'll know that it's you. If not, I don't know who sends something to me if they don't leave their name on it. Okay, so the audio was a little jacked up. I don't know why it kept looping. So I'm gonna have to put some type of thing somewhere at the beginning of the audio in case people go back and listen to it that it messed up. And now, Millimeter, I was looking at the temples the other day, and I remember you had told me one to look at, and I can't remember the name of it. That there was like a certain one you wanted me to look at, but I was looking at like the different temples and the rooms and like the garments they have to wear and all that. It's very cultish like. Let's see. Mormons don't drink hot drinks. No, they can't drink coffee. Are not supposed to drink coffee or hot tea. Let's see, the temples are very much the same. Okay, I thought there was one certain one that you had told me to look at or something. The parrot was kind of it's kind of annoying, but it was almost like he was trying to warn everybody that not to listen to Lori. She's crazy. Oh, let's see, no coffee, tea, alcohol, no tobacco. Yeah, I did read that. They can't have any like tobacco products or anything. It's very cultish though. So now, Millimeter, we'll have to get together and figure out a day that you want to come up on panel and talk about it. And we'll have to do a live stream about it. Delene, whose voice are you asking about? Lori's? Delene said, do you think her voice is fake? I think Lori's voice is very annoying. There is a YouTube video you have to watch. I will send you. Yeah, send me a link to it. She's been up on panel with me before. I think she's actually been up here a couple of different times. Yeah, and Delene, I don't know if her voice is fake. Like I said, it's just her voice is very annoying. Yeah, I think you've been up here I remember 2 times, maybe 3 times you've been up here. All I know is what the Real Housewives of Utah said about it. Oh my God, Marissa. All right, y'all. Well, I'm about to get out of here so I can go to bed. Hopefully tomorrow night the audio won't be crappy. It seems like for whatever reason it only done it on that part when they were wanting to play the audio. It started acting like that. Just won't when I'm drinking. Son, she's been up on mine before a couple of times. Marissa, you are very welcome. So I'm going to get out of here, y'all, so I can go to bed. Hopefully there will be some more info out tomorrow about the guy, the Texas shooter. There wasn't a whole lot out tonight. Trying to think of what else. Wasn't really nothing out about Brian other than the media coalition. As they went to a lower court, they're going to try to fight the gag order. Thank you, one juror. I appreciate all of you as well. Y'all all coming out and hanging out with me at all hours of the night. There was a lot of people in here until like 7:30 this morning when Lori's audio from yesterday finally ended. So I'm going to get out of here. I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope y'all have a wonderful night. And I will see y'all tomorrow night. Okay, Mesh, have a good night.